Oh, and can you also unmute the council chambers on Zoom? Yeah. You can tap the little home button on the tablet there. Yeah. Yeah, just so I can hear myself. All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's good. I usually encourage people to leave it unmuted and just use the buttons on the other screen, because it's pretty common for people to.
Mr. Mayor, it is 5:01. Are you ready to begin the meeting?
I believe we are, yes.
Recording in progress.
Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, October 16th. May we have a roll call?
Barnacle,
Here.
Cater Thompson,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
Now,
Here.
Posake,
Here.
and reflecting that Shribs is absent, and McDonald.
Here.
All members are present other than Mr. Shribs.
Thank you so much. Tonight we have a closed session and I'd like to ask our city attorney to introduce the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council will actually be conducting 2 closed sessions. The first is a conference with real property negotiators under Government Code Section 54956.8. The property involved is the city-owned fairgrounds property, which is Assessor's Parcel Number 007-031-004, and also 007-031-005, and the addresses are 175 Fairgrounds Drive and 866 East Washington. The city's negotiator is Peggy Flynn, city manager. The negotiating parties are the 4th District Agricultural Association. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment and other terms of use of portions of the city-owned fairgrounds property for presentation of the Sonoma Marin Fair. The council will also be conducting a closed session under Government Code Section 54957 regarding public employee appointment and public employment, and the title is the city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Councilmember Now to.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be recusing from the closed session item on the fairgrounds since I was once an employee of the fairgrounds.
Thank you. And we allow public comment on this, so I think we'll be bidding you adieu for a short period.
Thanks.
And I'd like to announce that the public is invited to make comments on closed session items. Those are limited to 3 minutes and must remain on topic for the evening. And have we received any by email ahead of time?
No, we did not receive any public comment.
Thank you. And typically I would be turning to the moderator and asking for Zoom input, but we're temporarily off of that. And there'll be a longer explanation at our regular meeting, public comment period. But I do have one card here from a speaker in-house, and so I'd like to invite Tawny Tosconi to come and speak.
Mayor McDonald and council members, I appreciate you meeting in a closed session this evening to discuss the partnership with the 4th DAA and the future of the Sonoma Marin Fair. During a meeting with the city staff today, it was shared that the license agreement approved by this council at your last council meeting will be amended to include language requiring year-round tenants at the fairgrounds to cooperate with the city and 4th DAA when it comes to the space needs and preparation time needed to produce the annual Sonoma Marin Fair. I thank you and the city staff for recognizing the importance of adding this clause to the agreements. The staff also indicated in our call that for the 2024 fair, all aspects of property use will remain status quo, and the 4th DAA will be permitted to use the same footprint for the fair that we have programmed for the last 85 years. Given that we are already planning next year's fair, this provides a sense of relief. As an organization, we are already having to pivot from management responsibilities and the revenue model that we were accustomed to. So knowing for next year's fair we can use the property as we traditionally have done will allow us to focus on developing this partnership with the city. Finally, I cannot stress enough how important it is for these agreements between the 4th DAA and the city to get daylighted. The approval process for these agreements is time-consuming and extensive, and we are less than 90 days away from the management transition of the property. I have willingly participated in meetings with your staff, which I want to say has been going very well. But if there's more that I can do to finalize these agreements, please utilize me to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Having no other cards, comments, I'm closing public comment for the evening. And at this point, we should adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Yes, we're ready to begin.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much. Good evening, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, October 16th. If you wish to provide a comment on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker card at the back of the room and bring it to the city clerk, and we'll include that in our public comments. I will now invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information to those who want to participate in Spanish.
Yes, good evening. Hola, me llamo María Galvez y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funciona la interpretación simultánea. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después de que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted está conectado con su computadora, usted verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si usted está conectado con su tableta o teléfono, pulse en más y verá a continuación y verá interpretación de idiomas. A continuación, elija su canal de idiomas. We are ready.
Wonderful, thanks so much. May we have a roll call for the evening?
Barnacle,
Present.
Cater Thompson,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
Now,
Here.
Posake,
Here.
and marking Shribs absent. McDonald?
Here.
Thank you. All members are present except Councilmember Shribs.
Thank you. Let's stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. Now we have a moment of silence. And I will note that tonight's meeting we will be closing in memory of several, but the victims of the atrocities in Israel and Gaza. And then also here locally, we've lost several Petalumans of yesteryear. Susan Coolidge was an active member in our community and leader in Petalumans of yesteryear, as well as Mike Glose, who was not only a member of Petalumans of yesteryear, who helped provide tours downtown, but also an airport commissioner for many years. So we will be closing tonight in their honor. Moving to our next item, I will look up and down the agenda, or the dais, to see if anyone has any items on the agenda that need attention, changes and deletions, etc. No, seeing none, we'll move to the next step, which is our report out of our closed session for the evening, and I'll turn it over to our attorney, Eric Danley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is no action to report out of closed session tonight.
Thank you very much. We have the honor of providing proclamations to several in our community, and I'd like to ask, let's see here, for the Domestic Violence Awareness Month, I'd like to invite Madeline Keegan O'Connell to the podium. She's the CEO of the YMCA Sonoma County. While I read this, I will be asking the Vice Mayor to provide the actual proclamation. Whereas the City of Petaluma recognizes that domestic violence affects 1 in 4 families in our local community, and nearly 75% of Americans know someone who's been abused. The crime of domestic violence violates an individual's privacy, dignity, and security, and based on the systemic use of emotional, physical, sexual, psychological, and economic control or abuse. And whereas established in 1975, the YWCA Sonoma County is our community's singular and vital resource for local residents experiencing violence in the place we should all feel is the most safe, inside our homes. YWCA operates Sonoma County's only confidential safe house shelter and Sonoma County's only 24/7 domestic violence crisis hotline. YWCA's Counseling Support Services offers trauma-informed individual and support group therapy for victims of trauma and domestic violence, including the students at YWCA's therapeutic preschool, serving one of the most vulnerable population, children ages 3 to 5. And whereas only an informed community effort will end the cycle of violence for local families, members of our community are strongly encouraged to participate in YWCA's scheduled events and programs to raise much-needed funding to support their vision for every family in Sonoma County to live healthy, productive lives and be safe in their own homes. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of the City of Petaluma, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim October 2023 in Petaluma as Domestic Violence Aware Month.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I say thank you? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Unfortunately, Madeline was not able to attend today, so I'm attending in her place. I am the vice president for the YWCA Sonoma County, very proudly serving for approximately 4 years now. So thank you so much for your wonderful introduction. We do appreciate it. Just a couple of notes to add to what you've mentioned. The YWCA does serve approximately 3,000 individuals per year who are in need of our services. Out of that population, there are about 90% who are female, 40% who are Hispanic and Latino, and 23% children, 7% elderly. And the majority are low income, and 15% of those are homeless. So I'm just here to remind everyone that we've been supporting local families for over 4 decades, and we will continue to be here in Sonoma County for families as long as you need to have us here. And also, just on a quick note, on Saturday, October 28th, we will be hosting our 3rd annual Why I Run Fun Run Walk, and we're asking members of our community to register and raise funds for the YWCA programs and enjoy a beautiful afternoon with the YWCA at Spring Lake in Santa Rosa. For more information, you can go online to YWCA-SC, which is for Sonoma County, ywcasc.org. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity.
And thank you for your work. And now I'd like to invite Abraham Solar, Gloria McAllister, and Margot Gallagher from the Dia de los Muertos Petaluma to the podium. Today, this is for celebrating El Dia de los Muertos Petaluma 2023. Whereas El Dia de los Muertos Petaluma is a memorial celebration from Latin and South America, when loved ones who have died are welcomed back as honored guests between October 31st and November 2nd, and whereas El Dia de los Muertos Petaluma is a nonprofit, cross-cultural organization that has planned a citywide celebration of El Dia de los Muertos Petaluma since 2000, and whereas the celebration of El Dia de los Muertos builds bridges between communities in Petaluma and provides opportunities to remember in community loved ones who have died, and whereas by honoring those who have gone before us in the arts and culture of Latin and South America, we honor our shared humanity. And whereas residents of all ages and all culture and ethnic groups are finding Petaluma's celebration of El Dia de los Muertos to be comforting and engaging, Whereas through the celebration of El Dia de los Muertos Petaluma, the community is united in providing cultural offerings citywide. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim October 1st to November 2nd, 2023, as El Dia de los Muertos Petaluma 2023, in recognition of the cultural contributions of Latin and South America, the human need to honor loved ones who have died, and the importance of building community to improve the quality of life for all residents of Petaluma. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, the rest of the council members. And we're honored and delighted to have this celebration in Petaluma. And believe it or not, the celebration in Petaluma inspired the community in Santa Rosa, Hillsburg, and other communities in Sonoma County. So it's a great honor to have our own celebration here, which is a community celebration, and it invites everybody who has a loved one who has passed away. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. We really appreciate this proclamation. It means a lot to us and to our community, and we're growing. So we welcome everybody to come and remember your loved one that have passed on. We will heal better in community.
On November 28, we will do the procession. We start at St. Vincent the Church Plaza, and then at 6 o'clock, and then we move to the Petaluma Historical Library Museum. We're crossing the street, and we'll have performances there and good food, and yeah, so everybody welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have a presentation tonight, where our presentation is brought to us by Chief Brian Miller and Police Lieutenant Nick McGowan. If you would talk to us about organizational wellness and resilience program. Grant.
Really excited. Thank you. I'm really excited tonight to provide you an update on some of our organizational wellness efforts and some exciting news and an announcement about an opportunity we have to pilot such a program and implement it here locally. I'm pleased to kick that off really for my team and one of our panel members from UC San Diego who's going to be joining us and helping us with developing the program. But it's something that in my almost 20 years of service to this community is something I've seen evolve and change. And so since 2015, the police department has embraced policing principles and recommendations from President Obama's Task Force Report on 21st Century Policing. One of the 6 pillars from that report focused on officer wellness and safety, and we've incorporated those principles from that pillar into our department's strategic plan, where one of our 5 strategic goals focuses on our most important resource, which we all know is our staff and their organizational wellness and their professional development. Additionally, our department has made wellness a top priority, not just for our officers, but we recognize all members in our organization, especially our professional staff who do not respond in the field but are equally impacted. Some of those positions are call takers, dispatchers who listen to and communicate with first responders in the field, and are crime scene investigators and detectives. We recognize that these efforts are paramount in assisting us as we work to ensure that we maintain happy, healthy, and professional public safety employees prepared for the challenging events we ask them to respond to and they encounter daily while proudly serving our community. This same approach to organizational or employee wellness has been embraced citywide under our city leadership, and we have appreciated the interest and attention to this important topic as we care about the health and well-being of our employees and public safety professionals. Tonight's presentation is focused from our team to provide a brief update on the wellness and resiliency efforts of our department. And as mentioned, share exciting news about our recent receipt and awarding of a post, the California Commission of Peace Officers Standards and Training, their POWER grant, focusing on our organizational wellness and resiliency. I'd like to introduce Lieutenant Nick McGowan, who's our professional standards lieutenant, and he also oversees our employee wellness and is a city team member on the wellness team. And he will be providing an overview of our current services, the POWER grant, and introducing our partners from Post and UC San Diego that are helping us with this project.
So in order to understand where we're going, it's important to understand where we've been and some issues that we've had organizationally, and not only as a city, but policing in general. As Deputy Chief Miller indicated in 2015, the Presidential Task Force report indicated that officer safety and wellness was critical to really delivering services to our community and understanding how to respond to critical incidents and deal with people in crisis. After the Presidential Task Force, we looked at wellness internally and what we were doing and how could we provide more services to our staff to better prepare them to deliver services to our community. We focused a tremendous amount of resources in reactionary services. And what I mean by that is reactionary means when an officer or law enforcement public safety professional responds to a critical incident, there is certain types of trauma that they're experiencing, and how do we look at that trauma after the incident and what services are available to them to deal with some of the stressors that they've now encountered. We've done things like we've developed a very robust peer support program. We've sent people to first responder resiliency training. We've had subject matter experts come in and speak with our staff about how to identify stressors, how to identify behaviors that are consistent with PTSD or PTSI. We've had staff attend intrusive or I shouldn't say intrusive, intensive training such as West Coast Post-Trauma Retreat and the 11th Hour Trauma Retreat to deal specifically with stress that's caused by responding to critical incidents. The common theme among all of these is they're reactionary. And in order for us to be able to provide quality service to the community, we need to focus on resiliency. And how do we better serve our community than to create a workforce or a group of staff that are better prepared mentally and physically to deal with that critical incident and not focus on the aftermath, but focus on preparing people to be at their best when they have to meet that demand. So we had the post-incident response. So looking at what can we do, we started looking at sports science. The first company that we looked into was RippleWorks, which was taking sports science and applying it to the United States Air Force and looking at how do they evaluate stress and how does that stress correlate to a person's performance in a situation such as battle. Looking at some of that, it was well beyond what would be needed for City of Petaluma and our staff here. We continue to look at early indicators so that we can identify when a staff might need additional services from that reactionary lens. We engaged some of the council members currently seated and some that were in the past on the services that we were providing and what we could provide additionally to better equip our people. Fast forward, Post created the Organizational Wellness and Resiliency Grant, which was very loose in nature when it was first kind of created. The City of Petaluma, we applied for the first round, and the grant application period was frozen and then suspended. After that first initial kind of opportunity was frozen, Deputy Chief Miller and myself had the opportunity to participate in several panel discussions with subject matter experts throughout the state to really identify what we're doing in the culture of policing and what could we do more? How can we shape that culture and drive change? And the partners that came out of this was fascinating. One, the agencies that were selected that are working on this project with us. Two, the educational institution that is partnering with us, which is UC San Diego, and then Post. As we move forward into this journey, this is a pilot program that we've been selected to participate in, and I'm going to let UC San Diego professor talk more about what the actual implementation is going to look like and why the city of Petaluma was chosen as one of the participating agencies. But what I want to say and what I want to kind of echo throughout this presentation is that this is an opportunity for Petaluma to showcase why not only we were chosen, but how we're able to drive a culture of change and how we're able to set benchmarks and use those benchmarks to help expand what other agencies in our jurisdiction can do. Without further ado, I'll introduce Dr. Cassandra Vietin from UC San Diego, who is presenting through Zoom.
Thank you, Deputy Chief, and thank you, Lieutenant. Can you all hear me? Yes?
Yes, we can hear you, but we have the interpreters, and so we just want to remind all speakers to just slow down a little bit. Thank you.
You got it. Thank you. I'm Dr. Cassandra Vietin. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist and the director of the Center for Mindfulness at the University of California, San Diego. We have contracted with POST, or the California Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training, to develop, deliver, and evaluate the effectiveness of health and well-being programs to law enforcement agencies throughout the state of California. And we're really honored to be working with Petaluma Police Department, who was selected as one of our inaugural agencies. Out of 600 law enforcement agencies in California, we had interest notes from 400 of those 600 agencies. Dozens of agencies submitted applications, and only 7 were chosen as the initial agencies. And those agencies were selected based on all of the agencies have needs. So it wasn't so much need, but it was more based on readiness, willingness, and a very thoughtful application that identified several areas that the department was not only willing to receive help in, but was willing to commit themselves to working on, to setting aside time for, and really demonstrating their commitment not only to the health and well-being of their officers and their non-sworn professional staff, but to the health and well-being by extension of their communities. So we're really, really happy to be working with Petaluma. The program itself is multi-level. We're bringing wellness programming to law enforcement professionals, both sworn and non-sworn. So that's everyone from every rank of people who are out there helping folks and on patrol to people who are dispatching, crime lab, those kinds of things. It's been developed by culturally competent wellness and resilient experts. What we mean by that is people who not only have a lot of expertise in well-being and health, but also have a lot of experience working with law enforcement and or other first responder populations. Of course, law enforcement is different than other first responder populations, and so things have to be targeted specifically to the needs of law enforcement, because across the state and across the nation, law enforcement are facing unprecedented challenges to their health and well-being. The job itself is difficult, and it's one of the most difficult jobs I can think of in our nation, in California state. But on top of the job being difficult, we're seeing a shortage of law enforcement professionals across all the agencies, which is resulting in a lot of overtime, a lot of expectations. And then, of course, we're seeing a very slanted media view of law enforcement at this point, which is extremely demoralizing. We know that there have been problems, and we don't shy away from those, and I don't think that the Petaluma Police Department does either. But with all of these stressors, the question is not whether a law enforcement professional is going to encounter trauma. We know they are going to encounter traumatic injury, meaning facing situations that are beyond the capacity of most people to functionally deal with. So in addition to their police academy training, it's very important that we provide well-being tools, resilience building, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, so that there is trauma resilience that makes it so those traumatic injuries, when they happen, don't crystallize into post-traumatic stress disorders and affect negatively the health and well-being of the officer, the professional, their family, and or anyone else they may come into contact with. So next slide, please. So our goal is to, with each agency, Petaluma being one of the first agencies, create a process and a program that supports an agency-wide wellness culture, increases the health and well-being of law enforcement professionals, using the latest evidence-based and technology-assisted education and resources. We'll be evaluating the effectiveness on health and well-being, as well as other metrics the departments already collect, and ideally resulting in a highly effective program that can be replicated across the state of California and nationwide. Next slide, please. So we're in the midst of our onboarding process. We've had our second meeting with all of our initial agencies, including Petaluma. We're just about to go back and make recommendations. Every agency is receiving a customized plan for their agency, because obviously the needs of Petaluma will be different than the needs of Eureka or LA or Palm Springs. But we've had nothing but enthusiasm and dedicated support from the Petaluma Police Department officials and leadership in this process. Next slide, please. We'll be rolling this out in January. So right now we're in the midst of this needs assessment on the left. We'll be training a cohort of peer coaches inside of the agency who will be then part of the support network for this new health and well-being program, mind-body resilience training. We'll have a 3-month intensive period of delivery of wellness interventions in person, online, and via text message. We'll be doing program evaluation, and we'll be setting this up for sustainability ongoing. We are going to be reaching out to community resources and members to be contributing to parts of this program, so please look for us. Next slide. And I'll pass it back over to the lieutenant. We can have some conversation here. Next slide, please.
Can you go back to the previous slide?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So just to reiterate kind of what the changes we're forecasting and looking forward to is not that we don't already have a culture of wellness, but truly enhance and focus and use the resources that are developed and provided from Post and UC San Diego and the team of experts to further drive and create that culture or build a better foundation to where we can build on. Increasing health and well-being amongst all staff. And the reason why this is important is predominantly services that are provided to law enforcement professionals focuses specifically on officer. And if you go and you Google it, you will see officer wellness, officer wellness, officer wellness. Words are intentional. And the reason why this is organizational wellness is it's organization, right? We are including all staff underneath the roof to truly drive that culture and create and foster an environment where everybody feels respected, appreciated, and can come into work every day and perform their best. The city has a wellness team, and that's one of the city's wellness team focuses is let's generate a culture of wellness citywide, not siloed in a department. As the doctor indicated, policing is different than public works, which is different than fire. So there are certain areas that we have to focus on or continue to develop in those different work groups. But the goal is to create a culture that not only focuses on the police department, but creates deliverables that we can then push out through the wellness committee to other city departments. And more specifically, what this program is truly designed to do is create an evidence-based program that can be used at Cotati, Rohnert Park, Santa Rosa, Novato, and throughout the state and maybe the nation. UC San Diego being a premier research and educational institution, along with Post, the partners that are involved in this project truly will help create that culture and change that will not only impact Petaluma, but hopefully beyond. Next slide.
Well, thank you very much. That's a fabulous presentation. Let me look up and down the dais here to see if we have questions tonight. But mainly just, I think we all want to express our gratitude for your work, but also for the leadership you show in moving the policing community forward, and in that contagiousness of attitude for that you show, as well as keeping a wellness and resilience top of mind. So thank you very much for the presentation, and appreciate your appearance here tonight.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to move us into general public comment for the evening. During general public comment, the public's invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the city council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed in the current agenda. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person, and depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 20 minutes. And we've been noticing across the county and elsewhere things that have caused us to change our practice this evening, and I'd like to introduce our lawyer to explain tonight's process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got some brief remarks before public comment tonight to remind us all what kind of public forum this is, and what is how the public can successfully participate in tonight's meeting. In view of disruptions that have recently occurred at local government public meetings, I'd like to remind members of the public that meetings of the Petaluma City Council and other Petaluma Brown Act bodies are limited public forums. That means that the right of the public to speak is limited in comparison to the public's right to speak in a traditional or designated forum. Public comments at meetings of Petaluma Brown Act bodies are limited to comments on topics within the legislative body's subject matter jurisdiction, meaning topics that the council has the authority to address during general public comment, and to comments pertinent to agenda items during public comment on those agenda items. The Brown Act, which is the California open meeting law governing most local governments, permits these limits on public participation so that government bodies can effectively conduct the public's business. These limits are consistent with the U.S. and California constitutions concerning limited forums such as city council meetings. With the mayor's permission, I will assist him in identifying public comments that are not within the city council's subject matter jurisdiction or are not pertinent to an agenda item, to help ensure that we efficiently conduct the business on tonight's city council agenda without disruption. If a speaker's comments are not on topics within the council's subject matter jurisdiction or are not pertinent to an agenda item being discussed, I will ask the moderator to mute the speaker so I can remind the speaker to limit their comments to topics within the city council's subject matter jurisdiction or pertinent to an agenda item being discussed. I also want to note that the Brown Act does not require permitting members of the public to comment from remote locations except when a legislative body member is also participating remotely. I believe folks can see this on our agenda materials and on our website, but just so everyone's aware, the city has temporarily suspended the opportunity for members of the public to give remote public comments to avoid further disruptions of city council meetings from remote locations. I hope my remarks tonight are a helpful reminder to members of the public attending tonight's city council meeting in council chambers about the rules governing participation of the public in Petaluma City Council meetings. The City Council and city staff are committed to protecting the public's right to participate in City Council meetings and at the same time ensuring that the public's business is effectively carried out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarity on the new practice and how it's a change from our past, but events have necessitated. And so I would like to open public comment and ask the city clerk if she's received any comments via email prior to the meeting.
Yes, we received 18 public comments, and those are posted with the agenda online.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite our moderator to read our messaging for the beginning of this. Public session.
Okay. At this time, I will start a 30-second clock for general public comment. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speakers and viewers.
Thank you. And I have a group of cards here. And I have 6 cards, so each speaker will be allowed a 3-minute speaking window. The first speaker is Teddy Herzog, to be followed by Catherine Babowski.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to just give you all just a quick update of Lafferty Ranch. Lafferty Ranch is 279 acres up on Sonoma Mountain, and it's been a privilege for me to be one of the docents out there for the last year, and I'm really excited about it. It's this amazing piece of property. It's the wildest piece of land that's anywhere around here, and over the years, I've been in touch with various members, especially Mike Healy, like what's happening and when can we get access, and then maybe 18 months ago, Peggy signed a contract with LandPass, and LandPass is the organization that now provides access to the public up there. And it's amazing. I'm a docent. I get to lead groups up there. I invite all of you to take an opportunity, go to landpass.org and look at their calendar and come on a hike. I also want to mention that October 28th is another docent training. We had a training last year that I was a part of, and my wife, and a total of 8 of us became docents. And on October 28th, if you're interested in becoming a docent and leading hikes up there, I strongly encourage you to do that. And if you have more questions about that, contact me. Thanks.
Thank you. Catherine Babowski, to be followed by Jody Johnson.
Yes, my name's Catherine Rossi. I live at the Little Woods Vale Mobile Park at 1821 Lakeville Highway Space 31. There's a stalker that's been stalking my place 24 hours a day. He parks against my window, against my home. He takes his flashlight at nighttime, shines it into my window all the time. And in the daytime, he comes over to my place, terrorizes me. I went down to the police department, and this guy is from Space 11, the Black G, still a stalker my place. I went down to the police station to file charges, and the police department told me they're going to allow him to be breaking the law at my place. They won't do nothing, they said. He could do this to me. And I went online, and I have a witness that went with me at the time, too. And also, I found complaints, not only by me, but by other people online. And one complaint says, you defend the criminals, not the victims. You even go against the law. It is no wonder that people do not trust you. And the complaints go on against the federal police department. And also, too, why don't you have a internal affairs department to investigate the police department? Because I checked with the Attorney General. By law, the police department is supposed to have an internal affairs department. That's the law. And I'm asking you, get the cops out there, get that stalker away from my place. Immediately. Thank you. And this is stalkers from Space 11. He has no business. He's already vandalized my home site. He peeks in my window. He does all that stuff and allowing him to be breaking the law.
Thank you. Jody Johnson, to be followed by Andre Langlois.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and city staff. Tonight is not just about 5 senior mobile parks in Petaluma. Tonight is about doing what is right for citizens that have often been overlooked. If just one senior mobile park owner in another city will feel more secure in their mobile home that they own, then we have all done the service to our communities.
Excuse me, Jody.
1 second.
Excuse me, Jody. And Mr. Mayor, that's an item that's actually on the consent calendar, so I think those comments should await that item coming up. We can receive them, but later on the agenda. That's okay. We'll accept comments then. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarity on that. Andre Langlois.
Good evening. My name is Andre Langlois. I've lived in Petaluma for 41 years. As you know, there are 2 lithium-ion battery storage systems proposed for the east side of Petaluma. The first 200-megawatt project, Bolero by Strata Energy, would be on the site of the former Adobe Creek Golf Course, 1,500 feet from the nearby homes and in close proximity to Casa Grande High School, the Hatchery, Adobe Creek, elementary schools, Kaiser Permanente, in the flight of Petaluma airports and the landing pad, and only 2.5 miles from the Rogers Creek Fault. That site was granted open space use in perpetuity by the county in 1990 and would need to be rezoned. The second 300 megawatts, Borealis, would be across Adobe Road next to the Petaluma Adobe State Historic Park. But now we have good news. Permit Sonoma is requiring them to have a full environmental impact report, which is what we are asking for the Bolero project. According to the Sonoma County General Plan, in 2020, the proposed Bolero project site borders the high fire hazard severity zone, while the Borealis project across Adobe Road is in the very high fire hazard severity zone. Lithium-ion batteries are not green. They are toxic and they are dangerous. Just because they store green energy does not make them green. One spark from a battery fire could start a firestorm that could not only devastate the east side, but it could easily jump the 101, spread to the west side, and cover a very large area with toxic smoke. Remember the Tubbs fire. If you think it can't happen here, it can happen here. It burned down Fountain Grove, jumped the 101, and devastated Coffee Park. How about the Lahaina fire? Started in the hills. We live in a windy tunnel, basically, on the east side of Petaluma. So it would not take much to start a fire storm. It could happen here. And ask yourself, what would you do if a BESS was proposed for the west side of Petaluma? This is not an east side issue. This is a Petaluma issue. It concerns all of Petaluma.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much. Your 3 minutes has expired. Craig Nelson, to be followed by Darren Rakusin.
Good evening, Petaluma City Council and other fellow Petalumans. I am here to ask the City Council to regard those lithium-ion battery energy storage projects as a Petaluma issue, and further to request respectfully that the City Council issue some form of formal statement calling for full EIRs on both projects, emphasizing human safety and alternative siting, 2 factors that are often not considered in an EIR, having read several EIRs. Andre mentioned the wildfire hazard. Yes, they are both either in or very close to a high-risk wildfire zone as defined by the Sonoma County General Plan of 2020. A wind blowing in the unfortunate direction can carry the fire out into grasslands and down a dry Adobe Creek into town. A finding by Vistra Corporation, who has installed several of these type things, battery energy storage systems, has found that with, again, an unfortunately mild breeze, you could have a 2,600-foot wide cloud of toxic smoke, specifically hydrogen fluoride, which would reach well into Petaluma city limits. These factors make these very much a Petaluma problem, despite there actually being on Sonoma County land. I urge you to make some form of formal statement to the Environmental Review Committee of Sonoma County, to the Board of Supervisors, and to the Planning Department asking for full EIRs on both projects, emphasizing the human safety factor and emphasizing alternative sightings. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Darren Racusin.
Thank you, moderator. I'm going to plant a couple seeds in my public comment this evening. The first of which, after attending the meeting on the plan for carbon neutrality, there's a lot of excitement and energy around this plan. I'm excited for the future conversations about implementation, what it looks like beyond, I think it was like 12 or 15 or maybe even 20 steps listed, what this looks like to implement this plan. And I want to encourage us to seize an opportunity to really think about our role in ecosystem restoration. And part of that is kind of an emerging field of science where we're taking the measurables of ecosystem health, whether that's soil health data, along with a myriad of others, to really incorporate that into our thinking and basically going beyond carbon when we think about environmental and ecosystem health. I think that's implicit there, and I think that process might be a likely outgrowth. And in that vein, I want to once again advocate for maybe evolving our current tree advisory committee into a sort of open space and natural systems committee. I think that would expand our scope and let us talk about a lot of important issues, not only about trees, but also about wetlands, which are going to be hugely important in our natural ecosystems, also in this carbon neutrality goal, as well as the river and others. The second point I wanted to bring up was, I know we have a lot of public works staff here, planting the seed for incorporating street trees, stormwater drainage, and other such infrastructure in some upcoming repaving projects. Obviously, we have Howard kind of immediately, but then we have Caulfield and Western. And I think this is a great opportunity, as we're already going to be doing a lot of work on these streets, to think about, and this is, I believe, the time of year we're kind of doing the budget internally, think about how we can set aside monies to add some of this supporting infrastructure, not just road engineering and surface, but some of these other elements that make our cities walkable and make our streets into living streets. And then finally, I just wanted to address comms about the general plan, and really a simple idea in that putting a banner somewhere in Petaluma that lets people know the general plan is happening and encourages them to get engaged. And I really say that because I hear so many great ideas from our community members, and a lot of the ideas aren't necessarily project specific. You try to find a way where that could be implemented, and really the best place for those to live, some of those big ideas, is in discussions around the general plan. And then a lot of these same folks don't know the general plan's going on. So I just want to encourage us. And again, I just thought of banners because we have some around town right now that stick out to me about things I didn't know. So kind of looking outside the population of folks already engaged to get interest in the general public. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one last card from Deborah May Muffin, but it says general plan, but it says D Street plan, bikes, crosswalks. So I believe that's part of the workshop effort later, and so I'll put that card with the workshop cards. And with that, that closes public comment, for general public comment for the evening, and I'll move us to council comment. And though our council member Shribs is under the weather, not with us this evening, he did submit a set of comments that he'd like to have, and we're entering them in the records. But to read some of it, the key point, his comments are: the blueprint for carbon neutrality was presented to the Climate Commission by staff last week, and it is a history-making call to action with the boldest plan of any California city. It is a big ask of city staff, nonprofits, and the citizens of Petaluma to lead by example and inspire others to follow. The ATP under discussion tonight, the housing element, the flood modeling, blue zones, city threads, are all part of a new general plan supporting the blueprint call to action. And the question is how to implement. This will take benefit, cost analysis, prioritization, and continuous stepwise transition of our daily actions. And I ask everyone to contribute to solutions on regional, city, and personal basis. That's our comment from Councilmember Shribs for the evening. And now I'd like to ask Councilmember Pozeke to lead off.
Thanks, Mayor. Gosh, in light of Dr. Shribs' request there at the end. I'd just like to say buy services, not stuff. In addition, I'm the COC representative from Petaluma, and we continue to work on improving the tools we use to compare different homeless service programs. I took part in the Tactical Urbanist pickleball game last Friday, which was a lot of fun. I've been meaning to play. I think I haven't played before because I was worried I'd get addicted to it and I wouldn't have time. And finally, I had a good time at the Petaluma Pride Festival last Saturday afternoon as part of a safety team. Thank you.
Councilmember Now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I loved the idea of a banner about the general plan information downtown. I think that would be great because a lot of people are going to be stuck in traffic because we have some great news coming. The construction of the new docks will begin mid-October and continue through January of 2024, and the traffic delays may occur at the D Street drawbridge. They will be lifted periodically during October and November to allow for this construction and equipment to be brought in on barges, so the bridges have to go up. As the piles are being installed, there might be some vibrations. So if you're down in that shopping center, you might get to see them installed. But if you're stuck in traffic, you could read a banner. And good news is that tomorrow night, everybody in my neighborhood got one of these little postcards talking about the Caulfield Bridge. And as I was walking the dog in the neighborhood this last week, I asked people if they got it, and they were like, oh, we probably recycled it. So anyway, it's tomorrow night, October 17th, from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Petaluma Community Center. And it's kind of to get more information about the project, ask questions, answer questions, from staff. So those are two important things. And my liaison, airport and Parks and Recs are here tonight on the agenda. So that's my report. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cater Thompson.
Great, thank you. I just want to, I'm happy to hear that there's going to be an EIR for the battery storage, but I am perplexed why they wouldn't be doing it on both of them. And I think I would personally like to consider a letter maybe to the county just to encourage that. And the other thing is, Friday there was a peace visual at Walnut Park, and there was a lot of people in attendance, and it was really nice. And I saw my friends from Youngstown down there, and just a lot of different people from the community. And so that was very nice. And I had my 50th class reunion, and David Long, who was a police officer in Petaluma, I saw there, and I haven't seen David in a long time. And just a quick story, when we were in high school, we were in driver's ed together, and we'd be driving up Mountain View, and there's a curve in the road, and I'd be in the back seat just putting my foot on the brake, and there was no brake. And then we were on the freeway, and Mr. Gilmore, who was the instructor, told David to pull over and let her drive. And so it was just really good to see him. And we've been, known each other since third grade, and saw a lot of, people came to Petaluma for it. And it was actually really nice to see people. SCTA, the Sonoma County Transportation Authority, James Cameron is the new ED. And I saw him the other day at an event, and in 2012, he said he remembered me speaking at the meeting, and that was his first day on the job. And I must have made an impression on him because he remembered me, good or bad, I don't know. But he's going to be really great as the ED. I think it's the right time for him. And SCTA, we're just moving forward with a lot of projects in the county. And it's going to be good times ahead. As far as the wellness and resilient program, I just want to make a quick comment that, it's not just the police officers, it's their families that, that have to deal with trauma also. So it's a whole family event. And so I think this is really great, and it's great that it's the Tritons. So go UCSD Tritons on this. I was really surprised to hear that Mike Close passed away. I mean, I've known Mike for a long time, and I'm just really sad to hear that. And Jim May just also passed away. Longtime Petaluma and Petaluma Market. And I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy?
Thanks. No liaison reports tonight, but and I do support. I wonder when we're going to have a discussion about public comment via Zoom again. I mean, I realize what happened at the last meeting kind of happened suddenly, and there was a need to respond pretty quickly, and I support what happened. But that was during general public comment. We have not experienced anything like that during public comment on agendized items. I would be willing to go back and to restart that opportunity until problems arise, and then, you know, if we have to, we can shut that down as well. But I do think it's appropriate to not allow public comment on general public comment because of what's happened here and in other communities around the region. But I'd like to know what the process is and how we're going to have this conversation about what the process is, because the council's not been involved in this. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. That's an important conversation to have. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have had 4 liaison assignments, 2 with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, which have mostly been in closed session, dealing with labor negotiations and lawsuits against Chevron. I had a meeting with the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee where we reviewed the Accelerated Mobility Plan, the Active Transportation Plan, and had some really ripe discussions. And then Sonoma Clean Power met about a week and a half ago. There's an interconnection bill on the governor's desk waiting to be signed. It may have been signed by now. It actually had to have been signed by now. I haven't checked, but that would basically force the utilities to hook up projects much faster. We had a great update on Sonoma Clean Power's equity programming. And because we have achieved our reserve margins, we'll be looking at ways to deliver even deeper bill savings. Right now, Sonoma Clean Power is about 5% below PG&E, and because we've hit our reserve margins, we'll be looking at going even deeper, giving deeper discounts below PG&E. And then finally, I second the comments about the presentation on the, I can't remember, post, I think it was what it was, or something. But since I've been on the council, I've just, I ran and at a time when police were like really, you know, taking some heat, let's say, after George Floyd was murdered. And I've been really proud of how our police department has embraced the community through that and through those tough times, starting with the participating actively in the race relations and policing ad hoc, embracing the SAFE team, working with the independent police officer or auditor, really going the extra mile in providing transparency in their reporting on military equipment. And soon we will have a community oversight committee. And I just really think it shows to a commitment to improve their relationships with the community. In this latest effort, you know, they say if you're going to improve your relationship, start with yourself. And I think our police are really just modeling the way for our community and for the whole industry. So thank you.
Thank you. And then regarding my liaison appointments, the Sonoma County Open Space and Advisory Board met, and their funding is pretty strong right now. And the advisory board's ask is that the Open Space District get that money out into the community quicker for purchases and properties. And one of the ways they can do that is currently when they buy a property, even though it's 2 or 3 years out before the cash changes hands, they take it out of this year's budget and park it. And so we're saying, well, why not budget that against a future year when the actual transaction will occur? And I bring that as a segue into, I also sit on the Measure O Mental Health Oversight Board, and they're bringing in a lot of money, which is really important because we have a lot of mental health crisis on our hands. But the same is true. The money is shown as encumbered this year, preventing even though it's not going to be spent for several years, and even though their funding runs for several years, we would rather that they show only this year and get more programs running this year. Care Court is now coming to Sonoma County, and Care Court is a way to have a conservatorship on someone who is in need of conservatorship. But without housing, conservatorship can't happen. There isn't a place to put someone. So again, it all comes back to housing. I also would just like to note that SMART has bid our Corona station and the bike and pedestrian improvements that get us from South Point, McDowell, all the way to Pengrove, as well as they added in there the piece to get from Roner Park to Santa Rosa. The path is coming together, but they award this week on Wednesday. And so if anybody wants to go say thanks to SMART for finally getting that path and station together, Wednesday at 1:30, they'll be having that awarding. And also, recently we many of us were out on the River Park, where they unveiled major international artist sculpture Huru. And it's really awesome what's developing at that park. We also had the North Bay Economic Summit. The takeaway is that Sonoma County is losing people. All the people that loses are from the lower income bracket. That's probably not surprising, but think of the ramifications, implications of not having working class, not having service workers in your community. And we also employ more residents than we have jobs, which means we're an exporter, we're a commuter community. Maybe not shocking, but not where we want to go in a climate world. And then the mayors and councils met this week. As all the cities get together, the mayors and all the council. And the topic there was, there is no place for hate. What we're seeing in the community, we have to come away shouting louder that there is no tolerance for hate, there is no tolerance for racism in faraway country or right here, or even amongst our friends and associates. It's important that voice get heard. And I find that that's a theme with your city council, is no matter what event I go to, the Pride Fair, I see several city council people there, or the prayer vigil, there were a number of us there. I think you have a city council that shows up and gets the right message out. Thank you very much, and let's move to the city manager's comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council and community. Appreciate Councilmember Now's mention of our Caulfield Bridge open house tomorrow night from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Petaluma Community Center. If you're unable to attend, I know that we put the update of this report of this project in our bi-monthly report that is on our website, as well as the project is listed on the city's website, and we'll have updates on that. To Planning Commissioner Recusen's comment about the banner, I think that's a great idea. We recently had some freeing up of the back of our transit buses, because I want to utilize the back of our transit buses. Councilmember, now you mentioned about being stuck in traffic, so I can't tell you how many times I've been behind a Petaluma transit bus, and rather than seeing litigation ads, that we would like to promote our city work and get information out to our community. So staff is actually working on an advertising plan for that. So really excited about that opportunity. And then finally, to respond to Councilmember Healy's comment, given that we are in those uncertain times and we've temporarily suspended Zoom, we've been trying to research options to ensure that safe space that our community can participate without feeling attacked. So we are working very closely with legal and our clerk's office to come up with some options, and we'll be bringing that to council in the next meeting or two. Thank you.
And thank you. We're moving to our consent calendar for the evening, and I'm looking up and down the dais for anyone who wishes to make a comment before we move to that. I do wish to invite the Vice Mayor in to comment.
I actually wanted to make a comment, just to have a question on number agenda item. Which agenda item is this? 4, I guess.
So on 4 and 5,
so can I go out? Do I
you,
have to go out there and make a comment and then come back?
So I think first you want to declare that you're recusing from voting on 4 and 5.
I am recusing on I'm recusing on 4 and 5, but I have a question on 4.
Okay, and can I defer to our city attorney to tell us what the protocol is for a recusal who has a question as a neighbor?
So generally, the rule is when a member is recused because of a potential disqualifying comment, that means they're not taking part in the item, including with respect to questions. If you want to raise the question, I can address whether it's appropriate for us to answer it or not. Obviously, we want to, but we want to also make sure we observe the conflicts rules.
It's more of the design, or, that I'm seeing on here. There's a little diagram, but it's not saying really what the height of that corner is going to be, and that's what I want to know. So, but as a citizen, I could go over there and ask the question.
So what I would say is staff I know are hearing that. It's not appropriate that we have even on something as simple as questions that we engage with, a council member has to recuse from that, but staff heard the question, and I suspect that they'll be able to address that and other questions that members of the public may have in that item. But anyway, thanks for noting the recusal for the record, and I'll just note also that that's because of the proximity of the vice mayor's property to the locations of these projects. So, thank you.
So I think that determination is that question can't get asked right now as a recusal.
Right, but I guess I'm going to follow through. I mean, this is in the past. If you were recused out and it was something, you had a question, you could go out and be part of the audience and then ask. So,
yes, there's a very narrow exception for that. It's to recognize members' constitutional rights with respect to direct impacts on their property interest. So and it's pretty narrow when that's the case, such as some specific tangible impact on a member's property related to a project, they can recuse off the dais and address only that thing, that impact, as a member of the public. But that's ideally something that we want to coordinate with the members in advance about to make sure they can take advantage of their rights while also making sure, once again, that we comply with the conflicts rules. So,
and that's something that can be raised tomorrow or as an issue too.
I can
right?
respond to the council member offline.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Okay, Councilmember Healy.
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 2, please.
Okie dokie. Any other requests up here? No. And then any other comment from here? We're going to go to public comment on the consent calendar, and noting that Councilmember, the Vice Mayor is recusing on 4 and 5. So I have cards from the public for this item, and that would be Jody Johnson.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and city staff. Tonight is not just about 5 senior mobile parks in Petaluma. Tonight is about doing what is right for citizens that have often been overlooked. If just one senior mobile park owner in another city will feel more secure in their mobile home that they own, then we have all done the service to our communities that will lead to security and hope. Tonight, I am reminded that through service to our fellow neighbors, all things are possible if the undercurrent is empathy and compassion. We as mobile park owner residents in Petaluma, but more importantly, as members of this community, stand with you in kindness and respectful advocacy. Engagement in one's community and even simple acts of kindness lead to a beautiful, diverse understanding that together we are always better. I want to end with the fact that information has been power for us, that inaction had led to hopelessness, but tonight through action, we are hopeful, and I thank you all.
Thank you very much. Please, we're going to try and keep, give it this, but not a little noise that would disrupt the meeting. And I also have another speaker on this topic, which is Laura Bennett.
Good evening. My name's Laura Bennett. I'm from Leisure Lake Village. I want to take this opportunity to thank the city staff and city council providing our mobile home parks with continued affordable housing. The new ordinance has given us protection, security, and peace of mind to live in our homes now and in the future for our new residents. You have gone to the next level of safeguarding and keeping our senior mobile home parks as they are. We have the law of California protect us, and we have the city of Petaluma to continue this endeavor. You have researched, listened, spent countless hours to give us, the mobile home parks, guarantees that will allow seniors to age in place and low-income residents to keep their homes. The city of Petaluma has joined and paved the way for other cities to recognize and act to the needs of their communities. Thank you again.
And thank you. And that closes public comments for the evening. I do want to check in with the city clerk. Did we receive comments on the consent calendar online with email?
Yes, we received one public comment, and that's posted with the agenda online.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. And now I'd like to bring it back to council, and I think organizationally we should talk about number 2 first. So Councilmember Healy.
Sure. So this is the tentative agenda for our next meeting, November 6th. And by way of background, we did receive for the first time, along with the tentative agenda, a document that talks about major issues coming up at the remaining meetings for the next 3 months. But there's a disconnect between that and the agenda planners that we've been receiving in recent weeks, in that the document attached to the tentative agenda did not include on November 6th the possible first reading of the downtown overlay ordinance, and yet that does appear on both of the agenda planners we've received in the last 10 days. And in light of that, and in light of the conversation that Mr. Danley and I had at a previous meeting about story polls, if in fact it looks like the overlay ordinance may be coming to the council on November 20th, then this council's only opportunity to say yay or nay on story polls will be at our November 6th meeting before we get there. So I guess the first question to staff, and given the disconnect in the documents we've been receiving from staff, is are we really going to be seeing the overlay ordinance at the November 20th meeting, or is it somewhere off in the more distant future? And if the answer is yes, it is on November 20th, then I think we should add whether or not to request story polls to our November 6th agenda. Thank you.
So let me ask staff if we think we have that date.
Well, the reason there's the disconnect, Councilmember Healy, as I mentioned before, council gets a copy of our working document as we're planning the agenda. So I'm trying to see if Brian O., our Community Development Director, is in the audience, and I don't see him. So I'm kind of at a loss to say, yes, it's certainly coming on November 20th. I think that is our goal, but I don't know that it's set in stone. So, yeah, I can't confirm or deny.
Well, in light of that, I would like to suggest that we amend the tentative agenda before us tonight to include a discussion on whether or not to require story polls in connection with the overlay, downtown overlay zoning, and specifically the hotel. So that would be my request on agenda item 2.
And I'll defer to you on protocol of this matter, but is that a request to modify an agenda, which is a motion?
I'll make that a motion to adopt item 2 with the addition of consideration of whether or not to require story polls.
And let me just check in with our parliamentarian that we're following the right course. That's the right course. Good. And so we have a motion and a second to modify the agenda to include story polls. Does anyone want to weigh in on that before we go further? Yes, Councilmember Barnacle.
Do we need to specify what date, Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, this is the tentative agenda for November 6th. That's what agenda item 2 is. So that would be the last council meeting before we potentially would see the overlay ordinance here for a first reading.
And
And,
if,
you know, council November 6th can vote yes or no, but I think we should have the conversation.
and do we have any more staff comments?
Brian, would you mind coming up to just to confirm if we're truly looking at November 20th, or are we positive that that's occurring? I know Planning Commission's going to be considering it next week, and that might come up then.
Thank you, Mayor. Apologies for being in the back. So we do have it set for Planning Commission, and so to City Manager's Flynn point earlier, I mean, these are tentative agendas, so the earliest we do expect the overlay, if all goes to plan, would be the 20th of November to be before City Council.
Okay, thank you.
And so to recap that you're asking for that to be added to the item that whenever the.
Yeah, the motion was to add the consideration of story polls to the November 6th agenda. And, you know, when we get to November 6th, if the November 20th date has slid significantly, then we can, you know, talk about sliding that conversation as well.
You want to withdraw the motion for tonight and wait for the 6th, or do you want to go ahead and?
No, we need to
You're
do
good
it
with the motion
tonight,
as it is?
so-
So I think, unless there's other comment, then I think that calls for a roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you. And that was a motion on amending it, and now I think since we pulled it on itself, it's a motion, we need a motion to.
I'll move items.
Well, hold on, I think we're needing a motion on 2.
Well, Mr. Danley, did we just adopt the tentative agenda?
Item 2 as amended was the vote?
Yeah.
Okay,
Unless there's council objection, if
No,
that's
that was the
what everyone's
motion.
understanding was.
good. Okay, there's the
Our
clarity.
discussion was, I think the confusion is because our discussion was focused on story polls, but I think Councilmember Healy's indicating he meant to move the item with that change, and if that was everybody else's understanding, then I think we're good.
Good. Just want clarity on that.
Thank you.
And then back to Councilmember Barnacle.
All right, I'll move items 1, 3, 6, and 7.
Second.
We have a motion and a second and a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right,
Barnacle?
and I will move item 4 and 5.
Thank you. And now is the second. And roll call vote, please.
And was that Barnacle for the motion?
Yes.
Correct. And that's the one with the vice mayor recusing.
Thank you so much. Barnacle,
Aye.
and recusing Cater Thompson, Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes with Cater Thompson recusing.
Okay. I think we've got our consent calendar complete. And and I'd like to move us into our workshop for the evening. This is an active transportation workshop, and I'd like to invite in Christopher Bolt, our Director of Public Works and Utilities, to kick this off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the community. Our team is honored and excited this evening to share updates on the many elements of our work related to active transportation recently, both with planning and design and project construction and implementation. I'd like to quickly introduce our team members that are here with us this evening. I have Bjorn Griepenberg, a project manager for almost all these projects, many of them, in partnership with Ken Eichstedt, our senior traffic engineer, who is seated in the front row. Gina Benedetti-Petnick is our Assistant Director of Public Works, and we have David Parisi with Parametrics on Zoom, who is working with us on design. I just wanted to introduce this by saying that tonight's presentation is actually an abridged version of what was posted online. and it's designed to fit neatly into a 30-minute time window. We have about 70 slides, so I'd ask that you hold questions and just make notes. We have numbered the slides, or tried to number the slides. Hopefully they show, but we'll quickly find them when we get to the discussion section if we need to reference them. So it's important to note that there's no vote expected tonight. We are just coming to you with these updates now, prior to seeing contract awards and bid items, of course. We need your feedback, and we plan to circle back with you with everything we've heard this evening to make sure that we have clarity. So first of all, we'll touch on the introduction and background, which are the benefits of active transportation and also some of the complete streets and active transportation design principles. And secondly, we will update you on the active transportation planning efforts, and we will explore 3 different projects as well as our citywide efforts for active transportation and traffic calming. Those projects that are featured are Rainier, D Street, and 5th Street. And then we want to share some good news on a couple of big initiatives lastly. And then, of course, we'll go to discussion. So as we head into this, I just wanted to say that there is a bit of a conundrum or a chicken and egg problem with planning versus the pilot work we're doing. Both inform one another. So we're at this careful balance point of needing feedback on both. So first of all, to set the stage, what is active transportation? Here is the formal definition that is often discussed, and I'll just add one item. Besides bicycling, scooters, skateboard, walking, jogging, etc., strollers and wagons would also be included. Any form of actively transporting oneself or family members. So the benefits of active transportation are really 6-fold. And when you wrap all these together, you have overall wellness and quality of life in your community. And lastly, before I turn it over to Bjorn, I will just highlight some of the alignment with recent council actions. Vision Zero in May of 2022, you may recall that we passed a resolution that adopted Sonoma County's Vision Zero action plan and committed the city to actions that reduce traffic fatalities to 0 by 2030. Carbon neutrality, of course, is very important, and in January of 2021, Council adopted the Climate Emergency Framework. And safe streets, of course, is a huge priority for us. It's a top 10 goal that Council has set. And traffic calming, slow streets, has been incorporated into nearly all of our street capital improvement projects throughout the community. And you see that with recent projects like Petaluma Boulevard South, North McDowell, Garfield, and others, as you'll see this evening. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Bjorn, and slide the microphone.
Thank you, Christopher, and good evening, Mayor and Council members. Before jumping into this section on some of the new developments that we have seen in street design and active transportation, I'll note that our staff report and the presentation that was previously published included additional background on complete streets policies. And of note from that section, Petaluma adopted our complete streets policy via council resolution in 2016 to meet regional and state requirements. And just last year, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, which is our regional transportation planning and funding agency, updated its own complete streets policy and now requires Bay Area agencies seeking regional funds to demonstrate how they are applying the best practices that we'll be highlighting over the next several slides. So we've broken this section up into 5 categories. First, looking at our requirements around accessibility. When retrofitting existing streets or building new ones, we are required by the Americans with Disabilities Act to provide universal access for people with visual, hearing, and other mobility impairments. And we just received new guidelines that were developed with more specificity on accessible design for streets and sidewalks. So this is an area that is still developing. But just to quickly highlight some of those elements that you'll see on a modified street corner as we're going through our roadway projects. First, you have audible and vibrating push buttons for people with hearing impairments. Next, you have high visibility detectable surfaces on curb ramps that are positioned to direct users in their path of travel. You have clearance and gentle slopes for people using assistive devices such as wheelchairs or walkers. And next up, moving on to bikeway design, and this is an area where we've seen probably the biggest evolution over the last several years. And a lot of it stems from a national survey done earlier in the 2000s, defining the 4 types of bicyclists based on their interest and confidence levels. And through this research, it was clear that the status quo of bikeway design, which throughout most of the US involved riding in and close to vehicle traffic, was not sufficient to grow bicycling in the United States and meet our mode shift goals. This shift towards all ages and abilities bikeways emphasizes the need for greater separation from vehicle traffic as traffic speed and volume increase. And so you see in the top here, 2 types of newer bike facilities. On the left, a protected bike lane that uses a curb and planter, and then on the right there, a parking protected bikeway. And this image from Vancouver, which was one of the first North American cities to really embrace all ages and abilities design, shows the shift away from painted bike infrastructure and towards those that offer physical separation from vehicle traffic. Next up, moving on to traffic calming and Vision Zero. This slide demonstrates the extremely important role that traffic calming plays in eliminating severe injuries and deaths from traffic collisions. So at the top, you'll see that when struck by a vehicle going 20 miles an hour, a person has a 90% likelihood of survival. That decreases to 60% at 30 miles per hour and to 20% at 40 miles per hour, showing the importance of slowing speeds throughout our city. I'll quickly just highlight several of the street design elements we have added or are in the process of adding to our toolbox that can help slow traffic and improve safety, starting with bulb outs. These shorten the pedestrian crossing distance, improve visibility at intersections and crosswalks, and also slow drivers' turning speeds. Next, we have chicanes, which add curvature to a roadway. Speed cushions, which are a new take on the traditional speed bump or speed hump. These have cutouts in the middle section that are designed to allow emergency vehicles, such as fire trucks and ambulances, to clear the speed cushion without having to decelerate, but it's spaced in a way that your standard private vehicle would not be able to clear that space without some sort of bump. And lastly, traffic circles, which again, slow traffic, especially at intersections. Moving on to the principle of streets for people, and especially coming out of the pandemic, there's been growing interest in using our streets as public gathering spaces, as we have explored here through both the Slow Streets and Free Range programs. And lastly, there's been growing emphasis on the role that streets and green streets specifically can play in slowing traffic, encouraging more walking and biking, and in mitigating the effects of climate change, including extreme heat and precipitation events. Oops, sorry, it's a little slide issue here. So we are, sorry, my slide's stuttering. So moving on to planning efforts, we are working hard to identify and prioritize all of the work needed to meet our city's ambitious goals around active transportation. And the next several slides will highlight some efforts that are laying the foundation for our work for years to come. First and foremost, the Active Transportation Plan, which is underway, is an update to our 2008 Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan. It's the single most important planning document guiding our work on active transportation, and will provide us with a roadmap with specific projects and programs needed to make walking and biking safe and accessible throughout the community. Inputs that are informing the plan's development include a review of the previous plan, our bicycle and pedestrian master plan, kind of comparing it with where we were in 2008 and what we know about all of the developments that have happened over the last 15 years, as well as reviews of our local road safety plan, the Sonoma County Vision Zero Action Plan, and several Safe Routes to Schools studies and surveys. We have a lot of great public feedback that we can leverage from those previous planning efforts already. We've also received input and recommendations from the Petaluma Equitable Climate Action Coalition, which focused its time and effort on transportation in Petaluma this year. And we have two very involved ad hoc committees on PBAC that are helping craft some key elements within the plan. And of course, lastly, we are conducting online and in-person engagement. So this is a picture of our interactive project map that was recently completed, and this we put out an initial draft map of proposed projects throughout the city for about a month and received over 344 comments. We're now taking all of those comments in and working on a revised map that will be the basis for our next phase of outreach. We aim to bring the plan to council for adoption as early as March of 2024, following reviews by staff, our Pedestrian Bicycle Advisory Committee, Planning Commission, and then, of course, your review and blessing. And I'll just quickly also highlight that we are holding an open house on the active transportation plan next Wednesday, the 25th, from 6 to 8 p.m. at the community center, and this will be a great opportunity to see those new proposed maps up close in person, interact with the project team, provide questions, comments, and also we will also have our draft vision, goals, and actions that have been developed with the help of a very dedicated PBAC ad hoc committee there to review and provide feedback on. Moving on to CityThread. So we were one of 10 U.S. cities to receive technical assistance from CityThread, which is a consulting team with expertise in the quick build-out of transportation projects. This we see as a great complementary effort to the active transportation plan. Whereas the plan will identify specific priority projects, CityThread's expertise is in recommending strategies to help get them built in a faster manner. CityThread is a 3-stage process, and we have completed our first stage with them. That involves a readiness assessment. Through that readiness assessment, they stress the importance of creating a shared vision through our active transportation plan and general plan update. They encourage coalition building, pointing out that all road users stand to benefit from better mobility options, including those who walk, bike, or drive, as it should mean less traffic and less stressful experiences navigating the city. And they call on the city to set an ambitious target of 25 miles, prioritizing quick, easy to implement projects. So as part of our planning efforts, we have also identified 2 studies needed to help overcome major barriers to active transportation in our city. The first will look at 4 crossings of US 101, which you may recall through our Crosstown Community Workshop, Crosstown Connector Community Workshop being a major barrier to transportation in Petaluma. And that will focus on the Corona Road, Rainier Avenue, Lynch Creek Trail, and Mackenzie Avenue crossings of US 101. This will launch in the coming weeks. We just interviewed consultants and issued an award of that contract and expect the study to wrap up in 2024. I should call out that that study is funded by Sonoma County Transportation Authority. The second study that we've identified looks at the entirety of the Lakeville corridor from Petaluma Boulevard north to city limits, which is responsible for 1/5 of all severe and fatal collisions in Petaluma. And this study would provide near and long-term recommendations and engage Caltrans on its portion of the corridor, which is generally from Caulfield Lane, 101 area out to city limits. This is currently unfunded, but we have submitted 2 grant applications and expect to hear back soon on this work. So next, we will quickly look at projects we're working on throughout the city and then zoom in on 3 case studies that illustrate some of the design considerations and challenges that we have encountered when implementing active transportation projects. First, some before and after photos illustrating the ways our street designs are always evolving to keep pace with best practices and policy direction. Petaluma Boulevard South, which was a 4 to 3 lane conversion that allowed for the addition of bike lanes. A recent quick build project on I Street that seeks to slow traffic as drivers enter town with widened bike lanes and speed reduction markings, which give, on the right there, which give drivers a visual cue to slow down. Similarly, a quick build project on Windsor Drive that sought to establish some context for drivers as they enter and exit the Victoria neighborhood with narrowed lanes, bike lanes, a new crosswalk, and extended medians. So everything you see in paint there is new as of that quick build project. And lastly, a snapshot of our North McDowell Boulevard Complete Streets project, which has narrowed lanes to provide protected bike lanes. Those are the green, they're called K71 delineators there on the right side in the bike lane buffer. And pedestrian crossings have also been added and improved, providing a median refuge area that allows people to cross the road in 2 stages, focusing on one direction of traffic at a time. This is a snapshot of all of our ongoing grant activity of note. I'll just call out, we have received $100,000 from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission to conduct a downtown parking study that will start in the coming months. It's currently working through the arduous Caltrans approval process. And we've also submitted a multifaceted application to the U.S. Department of Transportation's Safe Streets for All program through Sonoma County Transportation Authority that would fund improvements at nearly every intersection and crosswalk located on a busy roadway in the city. So we are eagerly awaiting that grant application decision. And next, a quick glance at our active CIP projects. In the construction phase, I'll highlight the impending arrival of 76 bike racks, which are due for delivery next month and will be installed throughout the city with an emphasis on city facilities and the downtown area, as well as the Maria Drive paving project from Rainier Avenue to South McDowell Boulevard, which is out to bid. In the design phase, I will highlight Lynch Creek Trail, where we're wrapping up our design work on the final improvements needed to complete a paved trail in its entirety from downtown to Prince Park. And we also recently held our first community workshop for an upcoming paving and utility project on Howard Street from West Street to A Street. We have scoped several additional projects that are not yet in the design phase, and on this slide I'll highlight all 5 of those complete streets and improvement projects you see there. Casa Grande, Caulfield, St. Francis, North Webster, and Western Avenue all have major linkages to our schools and stand to greatly benefit safe routes to schools. And now moving on to the case studies, where we'll give a more detailed look at the design evolution of a few projects and areas where we'd welcome feedback from the council and public. First, on our Rainier Avenue demonstration project, which runs from North McDowell Boulevard to Maria Drive. And note that the demonstration project, note that the planned utility and paving work on Rainier Avenue would actually extend this project all the way to Sonoma Mountain Parkway. But during the demonstration period, we left that stretch in its original configuration. So like many of our CIP roadway projects, Rainier Avenue is in need of utility and paving work. Going into this, we knew that Rainier Avenue was a strong candidate for a 4 to 3 lane conversion, similar to Petaluma Boulevard South, because it operates roughly 14,000 vehicles below capacity. Generally, 4-lane roads are justified above 20,000 vehicles per day. Rainier Avenue currently has about 6,000 vehicles per day. And this design also encourages speeding. So we originally took a proposal for paint buffered bike lanes to the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee for their feedback back in summer of 2021. And from them, we heard a very strong preference for protected bike lanes as part of this project. We then updated the design with parking consolidated to the westbound side to create some additional room. And that parking on the westbound side was actually flipped with the bike lane to create a parking protected bike lane where the bike lane is located at the curb, and then the parking provides physical separation out adjacent to the traffic lane. And we took this design to the neighborhood in early 2022 and received great insights into their concerns as we developed the concept. Those updates to our design that was ultimately implemented as a demonstration project are shown on the next few slides. And on this, I'll first note the 5-foot buffer. I don't know if you can see my cursor. There we go. 5-foot buffer between the bike lane and parking lane, and the 3-foot buffer between the on the driver's side of the vehicle. And I'll note that current design requirements for this type of bike facility only require a minimum of 3-foot buffer on the passenger side only. There's no requirement related to the driver's side of the vehicle. But we heard those concerns, and we were able to provide some additional space on both sides of the parked cars. We also created no parking areas adjacent to the driveways to improve sightlines for people pulling in and out of their driveways. And these areas serve as spaces for mail delivery and garbage pickup. And we also confirmed with Recology their ability to sweep the bike lane using a standard sweeper, provided that people are parked correctly. Here are some photos of the demonstration project with the westbound direction parking protected on the left side and the eastbound buffered bike lane on the right side. And I'll note also that that buffer on the eastbound direction is sufficient for us to add some sort of vertical or physical protection for the bike lane. Caltrans requires a 2-foot minimum to provide any sort of vertical element in that space. So we do continue to hear feedback from those who live on Rainier about challenges seeing traffic when pulling out of their driveways, although we continue to stress the importance of doing this in 2 stages rather than 1 stage. So whereas with a standard configuration, you can basically take in all of the data at once and pull out into the street. With this configuration, what we ask is that people first look at the sidewalk and bike lane, confirm that those are clear, then edge out into the roadway, and then look to see if oncoming vehicle traffic is clear. We've also heard from drivers who are confused and unfamiliar with the design, as well as those who say that they would oppose a lane reduction in any form. And lastly, the design seems popular among those who bike and continues to be the preference of our Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee. I'll also note that the only other corridor in town where we have this treatment in place is on Petaluma Boulevard South in the northbound direction near basically between Crystal Lane, the roundabout, and McNear. We have a parking protected bike lane that does not have any driveways along that stretch, but does seem to be working well. And we're generally seeing drivers parking appropriately in both locations, on Rainier and on Petaluma Boulevard South. So we collected some speed data both before and after the demonstration, and then during the demonstration we've also collected data along the corridor because we have 2 different conditions to compare south and north of Maria Drive. Our speed data collected before and during the demonstration has shown a 3-mile-an-hour reduction and the elimination of outlier speeds. So before we saw outlier speeds regularly over 50 miles an hour, we have not collected data showing any outlier speeds over 45 miles an hour during the pilot. And comparing south of Maria with the demonstration to north of Maria, we've seen a 5 mile an hour reduction south of Maria with the demonstration in place. We have not observed any adverse congestion impacts, and we have not had any reported collisions since the demonstration installation last summer. So now we'll take another look at some of the design options that we think are viable for this corridor. And the previous presentation showed several options, but tonight we're focusing in on two in particular. Here's a view of the pre-existing condition. This is a look at our demonstration configuration with the addition of those delineators in the eastbound buffer. We'll call that option 1 for the sake of conversation tonight. And then option 2 would provide a paint buffered bike lane in the westbound direction. So that's where we currently have the parking protected bike lanes, and would give additional width to the bike lane shown in the eastbound direction. And the thinking here is that the eastbound side could eventually be converted to a two-way protected bike lane, or what's called a cycle track. But this comes with some major changes needed at the North McDowell and Sonoma Mountain Parkway intersections. There would need to be some major redesigns there if you are moving both directions of bike traffic to one side of the street. So our discussion points for tonight, we are seeking comments and feedback on option 1. We feel that the data supports a 4 to 3 lane conversion, and we feel that the all ages and abilities design guidance that we are applying here supports option 1, but we are seeking feedback on both options 1 and 2. Next, moving on to the D Street traffic calming, oops, hopefully that's not important, quick build project, which runs from downtown to Petaluma Boulevard South to city limits, just over a mile. As with Rainier, this was identified as a high priority given the need for sewer and water main work, as well as pavement reconstruction. And more importantly, it was identified as a priority due to its inclusion in the Sonoma County High Injury Network, which means collisions here happen more often and with greater severity than on most Sonoma County roads. And it was also identified as a priority in our local road safety plan, with 4 intersections with high collision rates that were called out in that plan. After reviewing plans and traffic data, we held an initial round of community engagement in fall 2022 to better understand community priorities. And the clear priorities from the first round of engagement included improved pedestrian crossings, traffic calming, improved congestion at the 3 signalized intersections on the corridor, and improved bike lanes. Through this and our next stage of engagement, we identified several baseline improvements that received strong community support to be delivered through what we're now referring as our phase 1 quick build project. And these include speed feedback signs, which have already been installed, speed reduction markings similar to those on I Street, a variety of crosswalk improvements at all existing crosswalks, as well as the installation of 2 new crosswalks at 10th Street and Laurel Avenue. And lastly, a traffic diverter at the 5th Street intersection shown in the bottom right there, to support the 5th Street neighborhood greenway crossing and eliminate vehicle movements associated with frequent collisions at this location. This map highlights the scope of all of those phase 1 improvements, which again focus on pedestrian and traffic calming throughout the corridor, with every intersection receiving some form of treatment and many of them receiving multiple treatments. And unfortunately, we did not have room to provide bike lanes and on-street parking in both directions, as this slide illustrates. So following our first round of engagement and after collecting parking data on the corridor, we originally proposed option A, shown in the bottom left of this slide, which would provide bike lanes in both directions and consolidate parking to one side of the street. This proposal was informed by parking data that we collected throughout the corridor, which showed fairly low utilization during typical periods. However, upon sharing this proposal, we heard considerable concern especially from those who live on D Street, and opted to defer this to additional analysis, engagement, and policy and planning consideration focusing first on those phase one improvements with strong consensus. Part of that analysis and follow-up for consideration, including through our active transportation plan, includes determining whether the availability of B Street, which has bike lanes, is a suitable alternative, or whether we would consider that to be that availability of a parallel route to be suitable criteria. And so our discussion points for this one, just again reiterating that we are planning to proceed with phase one with those baseline improvements. The design is underway. We are planning to build it in tandem with the 5th Street Neighborhood Greenway project, which will feature next later this year or in early 2024. And we have listed out some future policy considerations for phase two of the project, and those include the question around, in cases where proposed bike lanes require parking removal in some form, how does the city go about deciding what is the better use of our limited right-of-way? And we list out some potential criteria for that analysis and discussion, including compatibility with adopted city plans, parking utilization rates, adjacent land use, and the availability of a parallel bike route, as I described there with B Street. All right, we're almost there. Home stretch, one project to go, and then a couple of initiatives. The 5th Street Neighborhood Greenway project aims to take advantage of the street's role as a low-traffic neighborhood street, and crucial to its success will be providing easy crossings of major arterial streets, such as I and D streets. And as a first-of-its-kind project in Petaluma, we hope to use this to further develop, test, and refine our traffic calming and neighborhood greenway design toolbox. 5th Street was identified as a low-traffic alternative to Petaluma Boulevard and 6th Street, which are the only two other continuous streets that run between downtown and Mountain View Avenue. And through our recent work on Petaluma Boulevard South, we were not able to provide a continuous low-stress bike route, especially as the corridor narrows as you move into town, and parking demand also increases as you move it closer to downtown. So this, I'll just kind of run through the change in bikeways that you see along the corridor. First, from Crystal Lane to Mountain View, you've got pretty wide paint-buffered bike lanes. These transition to standard bike lanes where you're riding immediately adjacent to vehicle traffic from Mountain View to H Street. And then at H Street, we transition back to having parking on both sides of Petaluma Boulevard, and then people on bikes are expected to go to take the lane, and you see the shared lane marking there, which indicates someone's need to take the lane and share it with traffic. So as you can see, the 5th Street project completes a low-stress riding experience from the South City limits to downtown when combined with those buffered bike lanes on Petaluma Boulevard South. And as I noted earlier, this project will involve a variety of quick-build traffic calming and crossing treatments that reinforce its role as a slow street where people walking and biking are comfortable and can safely cross those busy streets. And we've highlighted a few elements here. Everything as part of this project, again, would be done in quick build fashion. And we have heard broad community support for this project, but do want to recognize that we have heard concerns about the impacts of diverted traffic on 6th Street in particular. And we have collected quite a bit of data on that, and will continue to collect data and closely monitor impacts and make adjustments as needed. But at this point, with the data that we're seeing, we do not anticipate adverse impacts on 6th Street. So again, our next steps to plan to bid this project with the D Street Phase 1 and 2. Those two projects are linked and married at the 5th and D intersection, with the traffic diverter there being a key feature for both projects. We would continue to collect data, community feedback, and make adjustments throughout 2024 after that project's implementation. And our goal is to come back with the D Street utility and pavement work in late 2025. All right, lastly, just a few slides left, moving on to our two new initiatives to further support our efforts to create safe streets. So we are delighted to share we are now just the third Sonoma County city to establish a Safe Routes to School task force in partnership with Sonoma County Safe Routes to School and all of our Petaluma City school districts. And the task force will provide a forum through which the school communities can come together to discuss barriers to active transportation at their schools and strategize ways to overcome those using engineering, education, encouragement, and enforcement. And those meetings will be monthly on third Thursday from 4 to 5:30 p.m. And we're going to alternate between City Hall and the Community Center, hopefully to provide make meetings easier for people to attend on both sides of town. And finally, we're excited, extremely proud, to share our Safe Streets nomination program, which just launched. It provides a transparent, data-driven process through which community members may nominate streets and intersections for traffic calming or other safety improvements. Nominations will be accepted on a rolling basis, and our team will work to score, prioritize, and design and implement projects throughout the year, again, in the quick build fashion, using signage, striping, and other treatments of that nature. And this slide shows our scoring criteria, which has been designed to prioritize streets with higher rates of severe collisions and speeding, and also provides weighting to slightly favor projects located near schools and parks. And that is it from our slides. Christopher, I don't know if you have any additional closing remarks before we go to Q&A.
Well, as you can see, we've got a lot going on. So without further ado, we'll just turn it over for questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to bring it up to the council to have a conversation about, to start. I think it's going to be difficult to separate question from commentary. So I think we're okay doing both. And who wants to lead off here? Councilmember Pozike.
Hey, I'd like to thank the whole department for all this work. I think it's great. I really liked the report on the consultations with City Thread and use of words, I can't remember exactly, but equivalent to now and accelerate. I'm excited about
Excuse me, council member. Can you speak more clearly into the microphone
I'm
for the
sorry.
people in the back? Thank you.
I'm excited about use of the words similar to now and accelerate, and appreciate again the work involved and the directions we're going. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
So I'm really impressed with the amount of work and the amount of outreach and the thoughtfulness on what you're doing. I'm very supportive. One of your last slides may have answered one of my questions, but I wanted to dig a little deeper into that, and that was on the D Street corridor with, it sounds like fairly major water and sewer pipe replacements that are going to be called for there. How extensive is that? Is that along the entire corridor, or is it just spots? And it looks like that's late fiscal year 25, and that's going to be enormously disruptive when it happens, never mind, what you're trying to achieve here. Can you just go into that a little bit more?
You can touch on it.
So we can invite Ken up to the podium, but my recollection is that the sewer and water main replacements are between Petaluma Boulevard South and Sunny Slope, Elrose. Is that correct, Ken?
Correct.
It's the lateral replacements, and there is some main replacements on it, on the length of it. And what Bjorn said there is a correct description. There's portions of it along there that need to be replaced, so.
But it's staff's recommendation that we can proceed with these improvements, and this lateral replacement and mainline replacement issues won't.
Yeah, it's the.
How's this going to work together?
Yeah, the planning process for the utility work is it's ingrained in the work that we do. We're not going to go out and do a paving work. Particularly D Street has a previous concrete pavement structure underneath it, so it takes a fair amount of work in order to do the utility work. All that needs to be carefully planned out and done in a very sequential manner so that we don't have to go back ever again in our distant future.
Okay, I'm happy that you're thinking about this in advance, and it sounds like you really are.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Thank you.
I'll also just add that the D Street improvements that we outlined in this presentation would all be quick build improvements, meaning just surface mounted elements, no concrete work or anything that would have to be undone with utility work. Those would be hard. Yep.
Well, I certainly appreciate the presentation. I love your thinking. I just hate that it takes so long to get these things done. We have a climate imperative here, and this construction will go to 2030. So, but I do appreciate that you guys are the ones that go out in the community meetings first and preach about change, because nobody likes change. And so every first meeting you go to is just to get the idea that, hey, something will change. And the question is like exactly what it is, the conversation, not whether there's change, because we absolutely need to get this work done. I love what you've done on McDowell. I love what you've done on Garfield. The social media may not agree on Garfield, but I do. And I love what you have done on Rainier. I think that's the most interesting thing, the parking protected. Parking protected on South Boulevard is not that challenging. There's not that many conflicts with other residents and stuff. So going over to Rainier and doing it where there was a conflict neighborhood, that showed how serious we are about achieving change. And so, thanks for going out and suffering the slings and arrows. And even the things we talk about, the road diets, you have good technical data on when to do a road diet, and so they work. I'm looking forward to Caulfield, because, I see that's in our project list, but, we should be messaging now, hey, this is coming. We're not doing one street somewhere. We're talking about a sea change of cycling in town. My worry is that so many people say, I can't get on a cycle until it's 100% safe. Well, that's not going to come. Easy for me to say. I'm one of your 7% that likes to cycle anywhere, and has been doing it a long time and is comfortable anywhere in town. But maybe the idea should be that on Garfield, now that we've finished and we've made this change, maybe we should have a ribbon cutting and a bike parade. Maybe we ought to message that this is the change coming. So my feedback and suggestion is I think we need to market better that this is the real. Do we have a climate emergency? A lot of people I give it a lip service. Yeah, sure, so long as it's not me. I want to get us out in the community and say, see, this is part of what we're talking about with our future. I would like to see that. The numbers on Rainier for speed reduction, they're not nearly enough. The safety that we talk about if people aren't slowing down more than that, you're still seeing high average speed on Rainier and things. It just means there's so low traffic, you can still go really fast. So, I'd like to see more messaging about how speed is the real killer. Your slide on that was really strong, and I appreciated that. I worry you say quick build, but quick build so far has not turned out to be quick build. it either costs more than, quick build means you get out and do it without a real capital project, but, we end up having scope creep. So I'd like to see us have a little less scope creep. And then, of course, the process is slow. It's not quick build. So, and the outcomes are always great, but it's just like, oh, come on, what is the day? And I think I'm trying to figure out where the hurdle is. And I think that's the point of the workshop tonight, is to say, what does it take for us to achieve more quickly? And I don't think it's council will, but the only way to find that out is to ask them about D Street. What do they support? So I'm going to ask everybody in council if you kind of weigh in on what you thought of the presentation details, whether you liked what is being proposed for Fifth or D or other. Let's actually give the feedback and get on the record as saying we do or don't support the challenges and changes. So I'm going to allow the council to weigh in on that. And how do we avoid scope creep and things where when we keep talking and adding the next element, we never built the thing we needed to build in the beginning. So I can either have more discussion from council and then hopefully get to the public too. But so anyone want a shot at this? Okay, so Vice Mayor?
Sure, I'll take a shot at this. What I've noticed on like McDowell and Rainier, traffic has reduced tremendously. And the noise has reduced on Rainier, certainly not on McDowell because of truck routes that we need to talk about, but we're not talking about that today, but I'm going to raise that anyway. I think we just need to move forward. I think D Street, it's important that it's safe for bicyclists. My grandson rides bikes every day going to school, and he uses D Street all the time. So I think it's really important that we look at the main corridors and make them safer. But I also would like to know how we can actually reduce the speeds even more, because they're not as reduced as I thought that they would be. But those, back on to McDowell, those green ballards have made a tremendous difference in slowing down traffic. I mean, you can just see it. Even the big trucks are slowing down, and I'm talking pickup trucks on McDowell, and the speed limit was, at least 50 miles. And so I believe that we should, I like protected bike lanes, and we're looking into the future. And so I think we need to start completing these projects and moving forward, but also that the ADA needs to be included in every project, and safe crossings and bulb outs where necessary. I just want to give an example over by where the project is on Madison Street by Clovert. I'm a resident there. I was at her house recently, and she's complaining about the speeding. Well, when that project was approved, they did a bulb out, but it wasn't on the next street and the next street. And so if you don't do the entire street, you're going to have speeding. And so sometimes, and I know that this was community input, and the community input was, no, we don't want this. Now all of a sudden they do want it, because they're seeing by choking the street down a little bit, the traffic has really reduced, but then that just speeds up from there. And so I think we need to complete all the streets. We can't just do one section because we're doing a development here. They're paying for it. We need to look at the bigger picture and make it safer. But I think those green ballards have really, really slowed traffic down on McDowell, which is fantastic. But there's still too much speed, and we need to talk about truck routes. I'm going to stop there for now.
All righty. Councilmember Now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You bragged about what percentage you're in. I'm in the 51%, the cautious when biking. I bike recreationally, but growing up in Petaluma, we lived right outside the county city line, and I could bike into town, but there wasn't as much traffic, and there wasn't. There was lots of bicyclists. All of us, when we missed the school bus, we had to take the bike or if we wanted to do recreational things, we didn't have the use of a vehicle. We bicycled around. So I'm now living on the east side, and we have a lot of speeders. And as a pedestrian just crossing my street, St. Francis or Baywood, it's very nerve-wracking when cars don't stop for you. And I'm looking both directions, and there's a school right down. And I'm like, if I'm nervous crossing the street, how are those children in the morning when there's lots of busy other parents getting their kids to school? So I'm very curious about these speed cushions, and they're like a speed bump, but they have paint and they're a little different. I'd love to explore that a little bit. Also on these streets that do have bike lanes already existing, but maybe it wouldn't be such an expense, or these speed cushions. I'm very curious. The slides did answer my question about will we get updates, and we got the updates on how Rainier is doing, but will we be getting updates on how McDowell is doing? I've learned a lot about these green bollards. If you hit them, they won't hurt your car. They'll just collapse, or they just fall forward. And I haven't seen any on Rainier. I have seen some that have collapsed onto the ground. And I would just like to know how, if there's been less collisions, the pedestrian Bull-Balfour crossing on McDowell is so much safer. That makes me feel so much better for those people that are beer tasting between Lagunitas and Hen House. But I'd like to know when the council's going to get maybe an update, and I put that in an email right before the meeting, so I apologize, but it just came to me. And the slide did answer on how McDowell, or how Rainier is doing. But also, I would like to know more about the including of these other streets that have schools nearby. Near me is St. Francis, Baywood, that also have schools nearby. And how are we incorporating safe zones so that the children do feel safe biking to school?
And I'd like to invite the city manager in for a second.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that two things. Since we have joined the Safe Routes to Schools Task Force, we are working, I think one of the first plans that we are going to be doing is doing travel plans for each of the schools. Right. And so that'll be included as a list of improvements as an appendix in our active transportation plan. And then secondly, we are going to be kicking off a Slow the Fast Down campaign here in a couple weeks, and we are excited to really go out to the community and really champion slowing the speeds down in our community. So doing a lot of good communication, a lot of good education.
That's great news. Thank you. We still have a lot of donuts in our, the tire tracks. And that's like 2 o'clock in the morning, a lot of hit and runs down St. Francis. So people are speeding, and the east side, it's tragic.
I do want to appreciate staff for picking, when they picked the 6 streets from Measure U that Measure U was supposed to fund right away, there was focus on schools right away. So St. Francis being listed up there right away, and Webster in front of Valley Vista, and Howard in front of St. Vincent Grade School and stuff. They were good school picks. So, Councilmember Posake?
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to go on record saying that I favor every effort at especially on the busier streets, even to have protected bike lanes both ways in every case that's possible. And secondly, I had a mild panic attack a couple of weeks ago going home from downtown on Western, where I was driving and had an electric bike and I think it was an electric skateboard and a unicycle, all on the same street going in different directions, and I wasn't sure what we were going to do. I mean, things worked out okay. I wonder if we're headed, or if you guys have given any thought about when we have 20 different types of electric vehicles. And I'm hoping that's going to be the solution by making us reduce all the speeds to 20 miles an hour everywhere. But if you have any comments, I'd like to hear.
It's another area of growing emphasis in the world of design guidance. The National Association of City Transportation Officials has put out to me is the first guidebook on the design considerations of e-bikes and electric scooters, electric skateboards, all of those electric devices. And basically where it's headed is having wider on-street bike facilities that will accommodate those different speeds that you're going to see, and allow for passing opportunities of slower users of the same bike lane. And then also thinking about our multi-use trails, right? We are going to see more and more of these devices on the Lynch Creek Trail, for example. So that is something that we are thinking about. And our Pedestrian Bicycle Advisory Committee has talked about signage and potential enforcement efforts. So it's definitely an area where we know we're probably going to need to focus some resources in the coming years.
Councilmember Healy?
Thanks. So I believe, Mr. Mayor, your question, what your call to us was to weigh in on what's being proposed for the D Street corridor in particular. And I do support, I think, what I would call a careful approach outlined by staff tonight for an initial set of quick build changes out there. And there may be other things that'll happen down the road. But, I think we should get past the heavy duty construction out there. And the other thing that strikes me about the D Street corridor, which makes it a bit unique, is right now it's functioning as a de facto third lane for Highway 101 while the construction in North Marin continues. So, we're a little over a year out from the actual third lane of 101 being completed. And I'm hoping that commute traffic on D Street becomes less crazy than it is right now, both in the morning and afternoon commutes, where people are taking D Street in San Antonio or further south to avoid the mess on Highway 101. So I support what staff has outlined for D Street at this time. Thank you.
Can I ask which of the staff proposals, do you want to pull that slide up and show us which one we're voting for here? Which one we're throwing our support behind?
Well, as I recall, there was consideration of some more extensive things, but staff decided to go initially with kind of the low-hanging fruit.
Does that mean not addressing a parking change?
Right.
Yeah, essentially on D Street, we wanted to inform you that we're doing the baseline improvements, the phase one, and waiting for the active transportation process to go a little further as we develop policies and so forth with regard to parking and bike lanes and the bike routes through that area. That characterize it correctly, Bjorn? Okay.
Good. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you. I just want to start by saying Vision Zero is going to tie in with so much health and wellness in this city, including our police officer mental health and wellness that we just heard earlier today, because someone has to respond to these accidents, and they're traumatic. I've read the City Thread report. I thought some of the things in there that were interesting set a big goal. And then one of the other things that I want to make sure we call attention to, because I think it might be kind of getting in our way, is there's an inverse relationship between the number of meetings and the number of projects implemented. And that certainly, I think, I've seen happen, and I would like to the council to maybe give some guidance on that as well. I think we need to engage the community, and we need to also move forward quickly because, as you said, Mr. Mayor, we have a climate imperative. We've got a major imperative on many fronts. I appreciate the green plastic bollards. Until I see the comments online where that people say things like, well, I can still run them over, just wait till I'll run over with my truck, and then I wish we had concrete. So I'm kind of looking forward to just going right to concrete in those situations, because it's the one person that's going to kill people. It's not everybody else. I would, so that's where I stand on those. I really support street trees and going the extra mile on any paving projects. North McDowell was, I think everybody wanted it paved, but the little things right now, like closing the sidewalk gaps, safe crossings, going with some additional street trees, the bollards, things like that, they really speak to and help the community. So I would encourage us to go the extra mile when we're going to be doing paving projects, and things like Caulfield come to mind on that. Want to note the e-bike market has quadrupled since 2019. E-bikes in the United States outpaced EV sales. We're going to continue to see a preference for e-bikes because they're fun, they're more fun, less sweat. High school kids can ride them, and they're just, you know, I can get across town faster on my e-bike than I can on a car. So this brings me to where I feel on some of these projects. If we're going to be doing utility projects, you know, a year out or 2 years out, we should be like truly testing things. And on a street with 14% parking utilization that connects to Helen Putnam, to our downtown and whatnot, not trying to implement safer bike lanes on that street before we're going to be doing major construction feels like a real missed opportunity. And certainly not aligned with the safe streets priority we've set, the climate goals we've set, the Vision Zero goals we've set, or any of the other policy things. So if we, I think if we're gonna, let's say, put our money where our mouth is, or policy weight behind, do what we say we're gonna do, I think we need to go, be going farther and throwing our weight behind. That shouldn't be a phase 2 proposal, that should be a phase 1 proposal, I guess is my point. I'll also note that we had 4 DUIs on Saturday, 3 of them had major crashes. If there's bicycles around there, they're gonna get hit. On Sunday, I was riding my bike downtown, I almost got hit. It took me an hour and a half to stop shaking. This stuff happens to people all the time. I've been in like 4 accidents now in the last 2.5 years in Petaluma. I'm not a great bike rider, but I do it anyway. I hope that my colleagues up here really take this seriously, because if we're serious about climate change, if we're serious about protecting people's lives, throwing our full weight behind this and not letting this get bogged down in process, we know what's the right thing to do. There's tons of good models out there about how to get this stuff done, and process isn't the answer. You know, engineering and money is. So let's get it done.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I just have a question. When you were talking about the Lakeville improvements, I thought we got a grant from SCTA on that. Am I not correct? Is there something at SCTA on Lakeville for improvements?
Are you thinking of the Safe Streets for All application we submitted, which had Lakeville in it?
Maybe that's.
Yeah. So we actually should hear back this month whether that was successful. But as a backup, we have also submitted an application to MTC for, they've got a technical assistance grant. And we've already discussed with their staff what we would do if the Safe Streets for All application is successful, how we could pivot and take the technical assistance funding and use it for to add on to the Lakeville study. So yeah, that's probably what you're thinking of.
Okay, thank you. And then the other thing is, going back to D Street, if the underground work is not going to be done for a few years, then that is a good opportunity just to put paint down and, you know, try, because it really doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, if it is 14% of the people are parking there, that's nothing. And so we need to make it safer. And with, Putnam Park and everything, I mean, it's just irresponsible not to look at that particular corridor to start doing protected bike lanes or whatever we're going to do to make it safer. It's just too important of an access route. And then I do want to kind of go back to when Karen, Councilmember Now, was talking about the cushions. I mean, there are opportunities, and I'm just curious. I mean, one speeding area is now Maria Drive, just because it's so smooth and it does have curves in the road there. And there seems to be people speeding too much, and maybe, I don't know where the best opportunities would be for how to slow traffic down when we redo streets and they're so smooth that people are now speeding. And Fifth Street, I think I'm kind of warming toward the Fifth Street to go ahead and make that a bike corridor, but I want to know a little bit more of how actually cars get in there for the people that live there, and I mean, what is really the circulation? I'm not clear on that. And I have seen some of the bollards knocked down, and maybe on the corners or the areas. Well, something needs
Excuse
to
me,
be
Vice
done
Mayor,
because
can
it's a
you
problem.
speak a little closer to the mic?
I'm sorry. Yes, I can,
Thank you.
but I'm done.
Oh, okay. Then I'd like to open this to public comment for the public to weigh in. And I have 2 cards here. We're going to ask our clerk if we've received any at all emails on this topic, maybe?
Yes, we did receive 22 public comments, and those are posted with the agenda online.
Thank you so very much. I'd like to ask our moderator to read our entry expression for the public expression.
Okay. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they've not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers.
So I have 13 cards in-house, and let's see. So I'd like to try and go to 2 minutes on this topic for every speaker. And if someone has already mentioned what you want to reiterate, you can truncate your comments and say, I reiterate what they say, and that'll help us get everybody have a chance to have their say tonight. And so the first speaker would be Teddy Herzog, to be followed by Deborah May Buffum.
Thank you, Mayor. I've checked in on a couple of the public meetings regarding the design.
Excuse me, you're going to need a
Is she yell louder? No. Thank you. I've been at some of the public meetings for Rainier, North McDowell, D Street, where the public gets to input, and there's a number of us that are pro-bicyclist and wanting to get these protected bicycle lanes in everywhere and anywhere that we can. I should say that I drive a lot, I walk a lot, and I bicycle some, so I feel like I have that perspective of someone who does drive around town quite a bit. But I do think it's critical that we get the infrastructure in for the bicycles to be able to go everywhere across town. And I think most of us, or maybe even everybody, agrees that we do need to build the bicycle network of the active transportation plan. And having sat in on a number of these public meetings, there's a lot of back and forth. There's the bicycle people saying, well, we want protected bicycle lanes wherever we can get them. And then there's people who live on the streets saying, well, where am I going to put my garbage cans? Where am I going to park? Where's my free parking on the street? And so actually what I'm trying to get to here, whatever time I have left here, is kind of piggybacking on Brian Barnacle's comment about more meetings doesn't mean you get more done. It just means you got a lot more meetings. And I really want to applaud Ken and Bjorn, because they're the ones, I mean, I go to a couple of these meetings. They're the ones listening to everybody's comments and trying to, embrace everybody's comments and put it into a product.
And I would like you as a council tonight to empower your public works staff to just go out and start building this thing. And let's see what we can do to say, okay, yes, we need public meetings, but let's move ahead and get this built rather than getting hung up in talking about it. I think everybody here generally agrees that ATP is going to get built, and let's build it as quickly as we can.
Thank you. Deborah May Buffum, to be followed by Wayne Engstrom.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. I live just off of D Street and often walk it. I am very grateful to hear about those crosswalks that are going to be built. It is a racetrack down there a lot of times. I also encourage you, as previous speakers have spoken, to please do paint those protected bike lanes. Don't wait until after the rebuild of the street has happened, but get that paint on the ground sooner so we can try it out, see what happens. I appreciate that the people on D Street are going to lose some parking. I'm sorry about that. But I think keeping people safe is a higher priority to me than people having convenient parking. I think some of the people parking could use those new crosswalks to cross the street safely to get to wherever they're trying to go. So thank you very much. I appreciate the work y'all have done on this project, and please keep it moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Wayne Engstrom, to be followed by Catherine Shedrick.
Hi, I'm Wayne Ekstrom. I just wanted to speak against the presentation that you guys put forward. I live just off of Rainier, and what I'm seeing is the traffic is actually getting faster. We can all agree on that. But as far as on Rainier, the proposal that I saw you posted on your slide presentation, you gave a buffer zone for no parking spaces. Was there any consideration for the ADA compliance? Because of once the traffic is all parked, or the residential traffic is parked there, and you got your garbage cans there, there's no way to see anybody on the sidewalk because that's basically a blind spot. So was there any consideration for ADA compliance on those parking spaces as far as visual aid?
And I do have to mention that public comment is your opportunity to make a comment. It's
Okay.
not. It's not a Q&A.
Okay, well, I understand. Well, thank you for your time, and I appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Catherine Shedrick, to be followed by Colleen Barkley.
Hi, my name is Catherine Shedrick, and I'm a mother of two and a proud resident of 5th Street, which is soon to be Petaluma's first neighborhood greenway. I know everyone wants to talk about D, but I really want to talk about 5th Street because I think it is a massive opportunity for the city to be really bold about its first neighborhood greenway. In one of the sessions that Bjorn did, he gave neighbors and community members the opportunity to talk about what they wanted the street to be called, and we had an option to call it a bike boulevard. But what people said was that they preferred for it to be called a neighborhood greenway. Emphasis on neighborhood, creating a place like Petaluma River Park that the mayor was just speaking about, creating something new that's for the neighborhood, and it's supposed to be a greenway. I mean, I was a little disappointed at the pace of the quick build, but I think it's really interesting that here we are this week talking about active transportation, just on the heels of talking about the blueprint for carbon neutrality. How can we be here talking about active transportation, talking about complete streets, and not be building streets that are actually green? Like if we're going to make the first neighborhood greenway and make this an inspiration for future greenways in Petaluma, where's the habitat? Where are the trees? How are we dealing with stormwater management? We need to be doing this on all of our streets in Petaluma. And if we want the 50% of people to get on their bikes and ride to school and ride to work, we need to do something different. We need to build something different. We can't just put stripes on the street and sharrows. We have to create a new
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you very much. Colleen Barkley, to be followed by Emily Sharton.
Thank you, everybody. Staff, great job on that report. I was going to make some remarks about e-bikes. I feel that that's been covered by council members and staff already. So I just want to make a general comment that I think that building bike infrastructure in particular, a lot of resistance to it has been based on this sort of siloing, that it's some sort of special interest group, of which I'm very much a part. But I would just like to remark that the things that make a community a bicycle-friendly community are things that make it a human-friendly community, and that both pedestrians and cyclists on the street getting around outside of their cars contributes to a vibrant street life and sort of an increase in social capital that is a benefit that accrues to everybody, even if people don't necessarily immediately see it that way. So I just want to support all due urgency in expanding our mobility network to get people out there. Thanks.
Thanks. Emily Sharton, to be followed by David Felix.
Hi, I'm Emily Sharton. I'm the advocacy coordinator for the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. And just quickly, we support the comments that were made in the letter that was circulated by Safe Streets Petaluma. We urge the council to take real steps towards the goals of Vision Zero, safe streets, and greenhouse gas reduction. In part, this means actively supporting the creation of a complete bicycle and pedestrian network that's safe and accessible for riders of all ages and abilities. It also means supporting city staff who are working to do this in a timely way, as well as the recommendations of the PBAC. And to be clear to the community that these projects benefit all road users, which I think has been discussed tonight, by calming traffic and making streets safer for everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. David Felix, to be followed by Deb Fox.
I'd respectfully ask for the full 3 minutes for anyone, for myself and for anyone else who needs it. I spent a long time trying to squeeze everything into 3 minutes, and I would appreciate the extra minute if you would be so gracious. Hello, my name is David Felix, and good evening. Thank you for all you do to make our town a better place and for listening. I've lived in Petaluma for 10 years. I'm an engineer, and I've been battling climate change for the last 20 years as a solar and EV charging project developer. I have a 6th grader and 3rd grader in PCS and a preschooler. I organized bike trains at our elementary school a couple weeks ago for a walk and roll day. As of the last count, over 60% of kids got to school not in a car, usually over 70% drive. Kids loved it. They smiled ear to ear. They want to ride to school, but why don't they? Because they and their parents say they don't feel safe. They feel like they might get run over. Making complete streets is better for everyone. It makes roads safer for drivers and takes more cars off the road. People are happier and healthier if they don't have to drive. If you complain about traffic, you are traffic. Climate is the greatest challenge humanity faces. Every day we burn fossil fuels is a bit deeper we dig our species in a hole. We have all the solutions we need to address the climate crisis. Renewables are the cheapest form of energy on planet Earth. EVs today are better in every single way than gas cars. Every mile of protected bike lane, every solar kilowatt hour generated, and every EV mile driven is slightly less deeper of a hole. There is no silver bullet solution. We are in a race for a livable planet. It's not save planet Earth, it's save the humans. Brooklyn, New York was underwater a couple weeks ago. We have seen fire and smoke here in our backyards. It's been almost 5 years since Paradise was wiped off the map. It's here right now. You all declared climate emergency 4 years ago. Emergency like as an emergency vehicle in your mirror that you pull over for. Emergency like the emergency room that you race to on your worst days, or emergency like let's sit on our butts and pay consultants for 4 years. Well, the blueprint is out 13 days ago, and it says, nearing our climate goal required almost complete transformation of our local economy. Transition 75% of all local trips to modes other than SOVs. 67%.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. Your time is up. And I would note that your comments can be submitted for the record, and then that publishes to everybody on council. Thank you. Deb Fox, to be followed by Jessica Moses.
All right, thank you. Dear Mayor, council members, and city manager, I'm Deb Fox. I'm part of the Cool Petaluma program. I'm here tonight also as a concerned mama, and to note that my primary form of transportation around this town is on an e-bike. I strongly support the active transportation improvements throughout Petaluma. A critical element are bike and mobility lanes because they help us reach our new blueprint for carbon neutrality. Bike and mobility lanes offer our residents one of the most accessible actions that they can do that doesn't require a lot of money. And it also, at the same time, to reach our climate goals, excuse me, I left that part out, while also offering physical and mental health benefits. Mode shifting to biking and walking reduces our greenhouse gas emissions, of course. People-centered streets rather than car-centered ones get our kids walking and riding their bikes to school more, which gets them exercise. It is shown to improve academic performance. In addition, we as humans, especially children, are spending less time outdoors than in the past, and this is contributing to our mental and physical issues that are happening around with obesity and mental health. Research shows that we need to spend more time outdoors by having connected bikeways and greenways with street trees that cool our streets. Will bring more natural beauty that we can admire as we're out walking and biking, as well as bring more birds and biodiversity. And as noted, we are more likely to choose to ride our bikes to the store or to our soccer games as we're parents if the streets are easy to navigate, accessible, and most importantly, safe. So let's get our streets more walkable, bikeable, and overall more people-friendly by implementing those complete streets and build those 25 miles noted in the City Thread report so that we can have a stronger, more connected, climate-ready Petaluma, so that our city can lead by example for our children, for our community.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. Jessica Moses, to be followed by Brianna Wolf.
Hello, my name is Jessica Moses, and I'd first like to give a big thank you to staff for the presentation. I've had the pleasure of seeing a variety of updates on the active transportation plan by attending PBAC meetings and observing many planning commission and council meetings as well. I'd like to use my time this evening to encourage a focus on connecting the mobility network and ensuring safety. As a relatively novice bike rider who commutes from my east side home to downtown office, there are spots where the meager bike facilities evaporate before my eyes. Petaluma does have a ways to go on ridership, and it can feel like a small number of folks are choosing to hop on a bike or scooter instead of getting in a car. But this number is growing. And as community partners, pilot programs, and more bike-friendly cities around the world have shown, this is truly an if you build it, they will come scenario. In order to enable citizens to rely on active transport, it must be safe, and that means protection beyond paint. For any skeptics, think on this. Would you go for a paddle if there was no boat launch? Would you take your car on a scenic drive along an unpaved road with no lighting, an unclear right-of-way, and a variety of roots and branches that threaten to break an axle or crack your windshield? Would you take your child to a playground that was known for giving kids horrible splinters or sending them to urgent care for a tetanus shot? Connecting the mobility network and making it safe for all ages and abilities to walk, ride, and roll around town is an essential, urgently needed investment in the future of Petaluma. Bold action on active transportation is necessary to achieve our climate goals. It's advantageous for future traffic relief and parking headaches, better for our citizens' physical and mental health, and frankly, a really nice way to get around town. So thank you again, and please get to it.
Thank you. Brianna Wolf, to be followed by Nathan Spindell.
I'm here tonight because I'm concerned the process for D Street Quick Build has gone astray. Council forms of government work like this. Council is elected to make political decisions in a public and open process, and staff is hired to implement them. Here in Petaluma, your council priorities and policies, as well as multiple rounds of public input and engineering studies, resulted in the staff recommendations for the D Street Quick Build that were presented at the April public meeting. That recommendation included removal of one severely underutilized lane of street parking to accommodate 2 Class 2 bike lanes. Understandably, some D Street residents were disappointed by the prospect of losing street parking and led a scorched earth, in their words, campaign to stop the bike lane component of the project. This included personal criticism of the staffed project manager that should have not been tolerated. Yet, the city rewarded the bullying behavior and sent out a notice they were removing bike lanes from the project to a to-be-determined never-to-happen Phase 2. That political decision was made behind closed doors and was not based on any new facts or any new policy based that the council decided. Council, I believe you are well-intentioned. I do not think you would knowingly push political decisions down on staff to buffer yourself from controversy, but that is certainly how this appears. I urge you to direct the city manager to correct this process in due haste. Bring the original staff recommendation to council for a vote at the next meeting and make a decision about bike lanes in a public process. My second process issue is the city is not following well-established best practices when it comes to quick builds. The whole point is to avoid lengthy public and environmental review. Design by committee and citizen debate means nothing ever gets done because people resist change, and you can never make everyone happy.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. Nathan Spindell, to be followed by Bruce Hagan.
Thank you. I'm going to finish Brianna's comments. Temporary interventions are a great way to test ideas and get buy-in on what is working and feedback on what is not working before making permanent changes. Quick build bike lanes on D Street will use paint and bollards that can be reversed or modified as we learn more. All along, staff has made clear D Street will be completely reconstructed in the near future, so now is the time to try new things and figure out what we want the future of D Street to look like. Quick builds are a great tool for Petaluma, but you must support your staff to use them appropriately. On D Street, there was more than enough public outreach to inform the design. Empower your staff to follow through instead of letting everything come to a halt when a minority of residents do not like the results. Council, the essence of your job is seeing the big picture and tolerating people being upset in the short term. Quick builds allow you to respond to concerned citizens with assurance that the project is a trial. It can be modified and even reverted back based on feedback. It's hard to argue against trying new ideas on a temporary basis. So again, I implore you to get the unadulterated staff recommendation for the D Street Quick Build on the council agenda for a vote. I'll save my testimony about why I support bike lanes for that vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce Hagan, to be followed by Barry Busowitz.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to throw out my notes because everybody already said what I was going to say, but I would say I'm speaking on behalf of Safe Streets Petaluma, and above all other things, we want to help you and we want to help staff. We want to help the community follow the recommendations that we brought into town through City Thread and their accelerated mobility program. Quick builds, test and repeat, but most important of all, we are outreaching to groups that may not think of themselves as either bicycle advocates or even mobility or justice or climate advocates to say, these are things that we need to do. Would you sign a statement in support of that? Would you give us our logo so we can put it on our Petaluma Complete Streets Coalition website? And then these discussions and these debates will disappear and we'll be just making progress on making this a better community. So a couple of days ago, there was a solar eclipse and we drove by somebody from animal control dragging a deer off the road. 6 months ago, I watched a car pass me at 30 miles an hour at the speed limit and kill a deer. The two of us had to drag it off the road. And here was a driver who was very shook up along with me. I don't want, as a driver, to have to run over animals, especially if those are humans. A week after I dragged that deer, after I watched it draw its last breath off the road, I was following my son taking my granddaughter to school in a bike trailer, and a car passed me headed to Grant on Interstate I, and then had to swerve back in to miss the car coming southbound on I, barely missing my son before we turned off. Sooner or later, something like this bad's going to happen to one of us. Let's just prevent it and take the actions we know we all need to take. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry Busowitz?
Esteemed council, revered staff, and beloved members of the public. Slow the fast down. Wow. I live on 6th Street, and I'm heartily in favor of the 5th Street neighborhood greenway. I think that some of my 6th Street neighbors who are afraid of it lack the facts or an understanding of what the impact will be. And it's really important for our Vision Zero policy, our carbon neutral blueprint, and the complete streets policy that the council passed in 2016 unanimously. D Street must also be a complete street, our beautiful, historic D Street. It must be safe, convenient, and comfortable if we're going to get the children and families who can take it to 5 public schools to be willing to ride it on their bikes. B Street is not an acceptable alternative. It's 0.3 miles from D Street, which means 0.6 miles extra every day, and that computes to 108 miles extra we would ask children to be riding their bicycles, and also 360 times pedaling over Laurel, the hill on Laurel Avenue. I think that it's much more reasonable to ask people who need to park on or near D Street to walk to the corner. I go up and down D Street. There's ample parking on the side streets right close to D Street, and if with protected bike lanes and crosswalks and bulb outs, it'll be safe and easy for them to, much safer and easier for them to cross. I think it will make the street better for everybody and the whole community.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you very much. And that was our last public speaker on the matter, and we will close public comment for the evening and bring it back up to council for those who wish to comment. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you for the public comments. I was reminded of something our police chief said when I first met him. He told me that death and injury from vehicles outnumbers violent crime 2-to-1 in Petaluma. And then I saw him at National Night Out about a year later, and he said he doesn't ride in Petaluma anymore because it's too unsafe. That's the head of Petaluma's public safety department on the role of safe streets in Petaluma. On 5th Street, I really appreciate the comment about being bold. I think it's well made. I kind of liken that to McDowell. If we didn't close the sidewalks and we didn't put safe crossings in, it would be meh. So I wholeheartedly embrace, really leaning into the 5th Street neighborhood greenway and adding street trees, looking at opportunities for stormwater. I think suburban parklets are cool, but I think really just embrace the community and be bold on those things. To Councilmember Now's comment about her childhood riding bikes into town, that was my ticket to freedom too, having a bike and being able to ride around town. I saw something a couple days ago as an executive summary looking at just child mental health and the connection with that and actually getting outside. And so for parents who aren't feeling safe letting their kids get out on their bike or go out and walk, that it's all connected. So just a few sort of like things that I'm hoping we come out of this with is like full support for the staff proposals, and that means bike lanes on D Street during the quick build in advance of the project, the larger capital project. I'm hoping the council will support that so that when it gets bid out, it includes bike lanes. because it's really a missed opportunity, because the person who said a phase 2 that won't ever happen, I think, is absolutely true. And certainly, we shouldn't be doing phase 2 on D Street. We should be doing phase 1 on the next project. On Rainier, again, I'm going to support the staff proposal on that one. On the Greenway, I'm going to support the staff proposal with a whole bunch of new amendments to make it even more bold and inspirational, because I think the public commenter was absolutely right that if we want to do more of these things, we need to build public support, and it needs to be a model for the whole community. So I don't know what all their guidance we're hoping to get out of this, but from my standpoint, I want to do more faster, and that means throwing our weight and our trust behind our staff.
Thank you. Do we have a hand? No hands today? Okay, Councilmember Healy.
So I have a question for the city attorney at this point. Apparently the community was aware of what the staff recommendations were going to be tonight, that the elimination of street parking on D Street was no longer part of the staff recommendation, and now we're getting some push to give that as direction tonight. And I'm not really sure that we're agendized for that. We don't have an agenda item that says discussion and possible direction to staff to eliminate parking on D Street to accommodate whatever. It's just active transportation workshop. And I'm thinking that the folks who apparently were opposed to removing the parking on D Street aren't here tonight because it wasn't noticed for that. And so I think the member of the public who said, if you want to have that conversation, agendize it and have a vote, I think that's the route we should take. But I really question whether it's appropriate under the Brown Act or even fair, even if it is somehow somehow pass muster under the Brown Act, to provide that kind of direction, given the agenda language and the staff recommendation that people knew were coming. Thank you.
So,
Please.
may I, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So, this is noticed as a workshop. Our rules, the council's rules, treat workshop as synonymous with no action, even though the Brown Act is actually more liberal. Councilmember Healy is right, as I think we all know, that the Brown Act, is primarily focused on notice, so the members of the public can participate in the decisions that are being made by the council and help inform those decisions. So this is not on for direction, and the council's giving feedback, which I think is fine, but in terms of projects getting approved and elements of those projects, tonight's not that night, and for the reasons Councilmember Healy gave, I still, there's a lot of information in the staff report, a lot of very helpful information, I think, for everyone present, but actual project decisions have to be, noticed as that and able to be addressed as that by members of the public, so I hope that's a satisfactory answer.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think that's crystal clear. I appreciate that. I do think that's probably one of the things that's holding up achievement in our quick build and our paving projects, and why we're sitting here with money in the bank that wants to be spent on making streets safer, and yet the projects are in process, as we've noted, in process all the time. So I think for a project such as D Street, where we want to make a statement, I think my suggestion, my input to staff would be, let's bring it back as a proposal in front of council and let council have its say on that. It seems to be contentious enough that you wouldn't want staff to own it. You'd want staff to synthesize public comment and bring it to council. So I'd be good with that. I'm looking up and down the dais.
And just quickly, from a process standpoint, that's the way we've been finding some success, even on, not everybody in the community is going to agree, but even on some fairly controversial legislative projects where we have community outreach, if that's going to be helpful. We have a workshop kind of presentation or policy direction from the council, and then we bring the action item and the council can direct it. So that can work for projects too, a version of that, so that it doesn't circle. Thanks.
Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I guess going back to my comment that more meetings means less gets done, I think this is a perfect example of that. In the future, if we're going to bring forward items like this and get, I would look at this as like giving an update, getting clarity, getting input from the council. Let's make sure we notice these as discussion and possible direction in the future so that we do have the ability to give guidance and these things don't have to come back because we're just wasting time and we declared a climate emergency. So it just feels like more wasted
I think that
time
is
and
the
energy.
virtue of having a workshop tonight, if staff now knows where council wants to weigh in and where staff needs council to weigh in on things. And so as a direction, that's probably pretty good. Defer to you, Mr. Bolt, your comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to suggest that what we're hearing tonight, we are receiving direction. One possibility is that we bring back the D Street bids with a bid alternate to have the bike lanes, and through voting with staff's recommendation and awarding the contract, you've
Well, I
spoken.
believe you're talking about the big project, the paving?
No.
You're
The
talking
quick-
about
the
a quick
quick-
build
the
bid.
quick build is being
I
designed
didn't
now.
realize that you were bidding quick build.
We are.
Thought they were in-house. No?
This particular one is scope and scale. I don't know if you want to speak to it, Bjorn. Go ahead.
At this point in time, our in-house capability on quick build projects is limited more to spot improvements at intersections, smaller projects. This is a 1.1 mile corridor. That's something that is just beyond the capacity of our street crew.
Good. I did have a couple other comments. On D Street, we're talking about trying to get lanes out there because you're in Sharrows right now. I mean, I ride into town on D Street. It's, you do have to be 7% to do that. It's a little nuts. But that's why we want to do the bike lanes there. The same is true on Rainier. We didn't have bike lanes there, and so we addressed it because it's important. But why on earth did we do Petaluma Boulevard South with Sharrows coming into town when we knew we could get bikes off into a low traffic count alternate street, 5th? So, I mean, that 5th has not been our top priority since the first conception of road diet on South Boulevard, when we realized we were adding more Sharrows. It's again that matter of achievement. We got so many projects we wish we finished. We didn't finish enough of them. We didn't get enough quantity finished, and so 5th should happen right away. I mean, the most bang for your buck, most young adopters of biking, more all age friendly. I mean, really being next to a hay truck or 4 feet away from a hay truck on D Street is not the pleasant experience 5th Street Bike Boulevard. If we're trying to get people to adopt 5th Street Bike Boulevard, it has to be first. But then my question is like, well, if we add another amenity and cost, if we add trees and things like this, we're making better and better, but we're not doing it in an equitable biking way. We're trying to make a showcase facility perfect, what we want here, trees and water. Those are good things. But why didn't we put that in D Street? Why is F Street getting that? So then we get this equity back and forth. I think we have to separate. If we need those things, let's budget and fund for tree improvements. Let's budget and fund for stormwater improvements, which are good things. We have to figure out where the funding comes from and whether it moves the needle on climate. I would rather get 2 bikeways, 2 boulevards done than just one and have it be, beautiful for those in that community, that piece of the community. So I would be disinclined to amenitize up a quick build. It again becomes not quick, not cheap, not easy, right? I concede that when Councilmember Barnacle said, hey, anything we're really sinking paving money into, we should do right. McDowell, we put the trees in, we put the sidewalk in, because we were spending, $12, $15 million out there. That's the kind of project that can support those extra amenities. I don't think that a $50,000 5th Street Bike Boulevard project adds those amenities. And that's just the feedback from me tonight. And by just commentary, because we were trying to workshop everything here, on D Street, I'm okay with going ahead and removing the parking at this time in the quick build, because it's a nice demonstration. You'll really rubber meets the road. I don't think we can do it without actually a proposal in front of council, but we need to demonstrate dynamic change. And that. And we talked about St. Francis being in front of a school, and every neighborhood I knocked on doors all over town, and everybody's number one concern is speed, not climate, speed. And so in front of schools, particularly, St. Francis goes in front of Miwok schools, that whole area, they were heavily complaining about speed. The traffic cushions, the speed cushions, or whatever the term is, those would be great, and that could be quick build, or it can wait till the project, but we have to work in front of schools to knock speed down. And if we can't get drivers to change behavior, then structural stuff comes next. That's what we're talking about, spending all our money trying to build infrastructure to stop people from what they could do on their own if they had sense that they were threatening lives. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I agree with the comments made that I think we go too slow. Did Rainier actually come before the city council for the road diet? I didn't think that did. And it just kind of happens. So sometimes it happens, sometimes it isn't. But for the audience, I just want to say Rainier was a 64-foot wide road. You can't even walk across it, and it was going to be a quick build without bulb outs and without ADA improvements. And that is completely unacceptable, but D Street's completely different. I mean, you can actually put lines in the road to see if traffic is going to slow down, and they will slow down. I mean, it's just really dangerous out there. Here, we're trying to go in one direction, and then let's stall it because we're calling it a workshop, but yet one project seemed to get through, which I'm happy that it did, but it's been there for, what, a year and a half already? I think it's time we start moving on and start completing these projects, because that's what the public's seeing. They're seeing that it's just sitting there, and they have no idea where we're at in the process. And, I just want to talk about Fifth Street up in Davis. They just did this great corridor in the downtown and closed everything off. And it is just bustling with people all the time walking. And so I want to kind of move on these projects. We've been talking about this for a long time, and it's time to move. And then the other thing is, I just want to bring up, since our chief is here, the big trucks with the big wide tires. And that is it legal? Can they have those wide tires? And if they can't, what are we going to do about it? Because those wide tires are really dangerous when you're riding and you're seeing that those tires are actually in the bike lane. And then if they park on city streets, those tires are in the bike lane. And so it's dangerous. And, I have grandkids that ride around this town, and I do worry all the time. And a lot of time, these pickup trucks seem to be a major problem with speeding and wanting to speed and show, their big muscles, but it's a problem. And I think we should be focusing on that also for safety. So I want to move on these projects, and I'd rather not have more workshops. I want to be able to make decisions. And why we didn't have to on one, and now we have to do on another one. Like to kind of clarify that also. So it's not equal.
I think we're on a pathway, and from really not having done much in the way to trying to get a whole lot done. And I commend staff that every project they build is better than the last one. Every public process they run is better than the last one. We're learning, and we just have to achieve with all that we learned. Speaking of which, I think there's a few takeaways we might have, like any improvement that requires bulb outs, quick or otherwise, need not come to council. Ideas that require traffic circles, chicanes, should come to council for the first 4 or 5 demonstration projects. Improvements that need speed tables and bumps need not come to council. Lane width narrowing, we've done great things with lane width narrowing, need not come to council. So certain projects should come, but certain other projects I'd be comfortable not. Staff, did you wish that question?
And just a quick reminder that the projects that are public work projects that are above the bidding threshold will come to council. But I think what's helpful about this discussion and And a workshop with a scope like this it gives staff a lot of good information about what to put in that project without necessarily extensive, more additional outreach. So
That's a very good point, that a public bid gets awarded at council, but it may not be at a review stage, an option stage, and so.
Right.
Yes, we'll see it when we have a thumbs up on the contractor, but.
So that gives you that control, but this is still helpful information to staff about what to put in those projects coming before you. Thanks.
So, thank you for the presentation of the workshop. Thank everybody who came for this item. And I guess you're getting the sense that we all want to get these things done, so let's go. Thanks.
Thank you.
Moving to our next item. Our next item is a resolution supporting human rights of all Petalumans and condemning hate speech, racism, and acts of extremism. But while we're changing things, I would like us to take a 5-minute break right now and allow staff to switch computers here. Presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, staff, and the public for being here for this important item. The city of Petaluma has actively sought to be an inclusive community, one that seeks to bring the whole community up and condemning those who would use hate speech to bring others down. In 2017, the council passed a resolution to support the protection of human, constitutional, and other rights for all Petalumans. In 2021, the council passed a resolution in support of the Asian American Pacific Islander communities and condemning anti-Asian hate. The city has created programs related to diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, has created an ad hoc community advisory committee, created a Black Lives Matter mural, provides inclusive communications to community members, and created a DEIB, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging task force to ensure the city provides and nurtures an equitable and inclusive workplace. Fast forwarding to the past few weeks, there's been a rise of hate speech comments provided during public meetings throughout Sonoma County, including 2 weeks ago here at the City Council meeting. At that meeting, the council expressed disgust at the hate that was spoken, and which focused heavily on anti-Semitism, and directed staff to return at this meeting with a resolution supporting the human rights of all Petalumans, denouncing hate speech, racism, and acts of extremism. There's a resolution included as an attachment to this item, and staff is here to support council in crafting the resolution that reflects its preferences. Staff is available to receive any edits from the dais or to read the resolution into the record if that's what the council preference is. And with that, I'd be happy to take comments or receive direction from council. Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing it back to council. Councilmember Healy.
Yeah, no, I appreciate this. I think this is what we asked for. It's kind of a minimalist approach, but I don't know that a whole lot more needs to be said, and that's fine. I was concerned that in the second, at the very bottom of the thing, that maybe it's not quite inclusive enough, and I was hoping that it rather than just calling out anti-Semitic, that we say all forms of religious discrimination, including anti-Semitic, but anti-Muslim and everything else, and also national origin discrimination, which isn't specifically called out. So if those things can be incorporated in there, I think that would be an improvement. And I don't know if you have had an opportunity to try to wordsmith this yet, but thank you.
Thank you, council member. You did give us a heads up on that, and I appreciate that. I'm going to share the screen with what is currently the resolution, and then I can show you staff's attempt to revise that. So what the council member was referring to is the second, therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Petaluma as follows. Strongly condemns racist, anti-Semitic, homophobic, transphobic, and ageist comments which are not representative of the Petaluma community. And I will share. Let's see, too many windows open. Oops, I'll try that again. Resolution is the same except for number 2. Strongly condemns all forms of religious discrimination, including anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim comments, discrimination based on national origin, and racist, homophobic, transphobic, and ageist comments, which are not representative of the Petaluma community.
I think that's even better. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cater Thompson.
I agree. I support the change and appreciate this.
Okay. And I'd like to open it for public comment. And I'd like to ask if we've seen any email into the council on this matter.
Yes, we received 3 public comments, and those are posted with the agenda online.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And I'd like our moderator to read our intro statement for public comment.
Yes, members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and the viewers.
And we're running a 30-second clock, but I see nobody running to the to submit a card, so I will start the speakers. The first speaker is Eric Leland. The second speaker is John Hanania.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the resolution. I think it's well-written and the amendments are great, and I appreciate that recommendation, Mike Healy. That was great. Extremist hate, it's at historically high levels and it's rising fast. I like the last presentation, slow the fast down. We need to speed the love up, don't you think? I mean, in Petaluma, we've had these hate speech attacks that you guys mentioned. There's also, if you're unfortunate enough to go downtown a few weeks back, you would have seen white supremacist hate flyers advocating violence against multiple groups, including Jews. Many people are quite legitimately fearful of speaking out against hate publicly. They're not here tonight. I know of people not here tonight. They would have been here tonight had it not happened at the last meeting, what happened, the hate speech attacks. I read a comment that night, and the person that I read the comment for was very grateful that that they didn't show up, because it was directly attacked by one of the commenters on Zoom. So one of the consequences is that we can't have a Zoom public comment. And because we can't have Zoom public comment, we're going to reduce the amount of people commenting on policy. Petaluma functions more poorly when our community is not safe enough to participate in policymaking, right? I know this might be temporary, but it's serious. We end up with decisions that are not nearly as well defined and refined by Petalumans. So definitely pass this resolution, but I also urge you to take more concrete action. There's a couple that I think you'll agree with because you already did. One is the Permanent Commission on Race Relations and Public Safety. This came out of the Ad Hoc Advisory Committee way back 24 months ago. You guys loved it. It's time to do that now, not tomorrow, but now. And I know you can't really do that now, but I'm saying fast. Let's fast track this, all right? The mayor said dynamic change. Let's do that here. The other one is the Multicultural Center. That was a top recommendation as well. The idea is that you could have a center that is a location for like restorative conversations. If you imagine if we had that over the past 24 months and these hate speech issues came up, we could have had a forum and a place that could take sort of command and talk about these issues. So I think if you can pass this resolution, but take fast track action on those two recommendations from the past that staff and council agreed to readily and heartily, that would be awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Hanania.
Good evening. Well, first I'd like to say thank you to Councilmember Janice Gator Thompson for what she said at the last meeting, and more power to you for standing up for something like that. There is no room for hate and discrimination. I could sit here and tell you stories about my own personal experience, but I'm probably very small compared to some other people who experience the discrimination and hate. And if we all look at each other as a human, regardless of the color of your skin, your ethnicity, your religion, this world would be a much better place for everyone to live. What's taking place in the world right now, especially in Gaza, is very, very dark. It's not something that I have witnessed in my own eyes as a childhood. It's not something that anyone should see. And I encourage you all to stand together and get everybody in Sonoma County to march for peace. We need to get all together and stand together. And I want to thank Mayor McDonald, Janice Gator Thompson, and Dennis Posake for attending the meeting, the visual on Friday. And we need to make more awareness on a larger scale. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, I'll close public comment and bring it back up to council. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you to the council members who advocated bringing this forward and to the public commenters tonight. And I'll gladly move the item.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second. And Councilmember Posake, did you wish to comment on that? No? I do. Councilmember Healy?
Just to clarify, that was a motion for the amended language?
Yes.
Thank you.
And the second is also for the amended resolution?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I did have a chance to attend several meetings on the topic last week, but at the vigil, I just want to quote the rabbi who led the process, and it was that hate does not defeat hate. It's only love that defeats hate. And it was surprising to me how people in observing such pain and violence and things would still take the high road and know that good is what prevails. And with that, I'd like to invite the roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Gator Thompson,
Aye.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you for the presentation. Moving to our item 10, the long-awaited this evening, sorry to be at such a time in the evening, approving the concept plan for skate park at Lucchese Park and authorizing the city manager to amend the city's professional service agreement with Grindline Skate Parks, Inc. for plans, specification, and estimates of the skate park at Lucchese Park. And help us with the presentation tonight, Drew Halter, Director of Parks and Recreation.
All right, thank you, Mayor, council members, staff, and community. We're excited to be bringing to you all tonight an update and a final concept plan for Petaluma's next skate park at Lucchese Park. While we've got our project manager, Bjorn Griepenberg, pulling up some slides, I want to introduce our project team. Joining us remotely tonight is Matt Fluhe. He is the CEO of Grindline Inc. and our principal partner and design lead for this project. We also have Jessica Medina, who's been the communications coordinator on this project, as well as Bjorn Griepenberg has been managing it. So tonight, as we pull up these slides, we'll go through quickly a high-level overview to bring you guys back up to the project to date. But primarily, we'll be focusing on actions taken through additional community engagement since we last presented this in April, and which really helped inform the evolution of the concept plan that you'll be seeing tonight. Ultimately, we're asking for your input, your feedback, and really to set us loose and authorize the city manager to execute all agreements to bring our partners, Grindline Inc. scopes from design and concept to a construction-ready project. And that's what we'll be finishing with tonight. So with that, thank you, and we'll get going with Bjorn to give us a project overview.
Thank you, Drew. Apologies for the delay there. I got booted from Zoom. Here we go. So a quick refresh on this project. This launched back in December 2022 when the city hired Grindline Skate Parks, Inc. to take us through a robust community engagement process to understand how and where to prioritize future investments in Petaluma's skating infrastructure. And a lot of that stemmed from a recognition that the existing Petaluma Skate Park, which was built in 1997 and is now one of the oldest in California, was in need of potentially some major improvements. Through initial outreach back in January this year, it became clear that the skating community really wanted us to focus our efforts on building a new, larger, state-of-the-art skate park rather than making significant investments to the existing skate park. With that direction, staff initially identified 8 city parks that could potentially accommodate a new skate park, and we then narrowed that list down to 4: Kenilworth, Leghorns, Lucchese, and Wiseman parks for a site analysis exercise that was led by Grindline. Following a presentation of strengths and weaknesses of those 4 parks, Lucchese Park was identified as a clear favorite by the skating community, Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission, and at the April 3rd meeting, council meeting, City Council. So with that support, your adopted budget for fiscal year 23-24 included a $1.5 million budget for design of phases 1 and 2, as well as construction of phase 1 of a skate park, and partial funding for phase 2 construction. The overall project cost is currently at $2.8 million estimate for a 23,000 square foot skate park. And that figure is subject to further refinement as the design progresses and we get more detailed estimates. We do currently show a $275,000 shortfall for construction of phase 2. And with that, I'll pass it over to Jessica, who has been managing the communications portion of this project.
Okay, next slide, please. Hi, everybody. So from the beginning, this has been a very community-driven project for us. We've had a really large focus on community engagement, and we've been very pleased to have a very active engagement from the community, both in person and online. This has been a really great opportunity for us to get to know our skating community better. And from the beginning, hearing this vision from the community of a new skate park at Lucchese Park on through the design process and receiving great ideas and really technical feedback from the community. It's just been a very collaborative process that I think has been really fun for all of us to be part of. As you know, we have a very engaged community here in Petaluma anyway, and so we've just been really grateful to see that extend to this project. Next slide, please. So some of the avenues we've used are the same that we use for other projects, like a project webpage. We've done online surveys. We've held 4 community workshops. And just to give you an example of how engaged and how much the skating community cares about this project, prior to the first workshop, we had already received 200 submissions for the online survey. We had 75 attendees at the first workshop, and for the online surveys, I think we received a total of around 400 submissions. So we also did dedicated emails to people who signed up to receive updates. We did social media posts and posts in our community update email. And one thing that was really cool for this project, we also had the benefit of leveraging Grindline's network of their network. So they put out the messaging for us, and that got the word out and gave us some street cred. And it's been very fun. Next slide.
Thanks, Jessica. So we just taking it back really quickly to the site, at the proposed site at Lucchese Park. We're looking at an area of about 58,000 square feet of unprogrammed space in the section of park bounded by the tennis courts, Boys and Girls Club, and soccer and baseball fields. And this, so going through the site analysis exercise, Grindline identified several strengths and opportunities associated with this site, and I'll just quickly summarize some of those. This was our second most central location out of the 4, the most central being Kenilworth Park. But we also recognized the importance that this was located near a lot of other activity generators, such as shopping, the Boys and Girls Club, Loma Vista Immersion Academy, obviously the community center, and then its location in a very prominent and busy city park. It has good existing amenities. It has some nighttime use. Obviously, the soccer fields and tennis courts have lighting, so that's a good precedent for nighttime activity in the area. And it also has the existing restrooms located nearby, located just west of the tennis courts. And also it's easily accessible by a number of modes of transportation, including transit and for those walking and biking and skating on the Lynch Creek Trail. The potential weaknesses identified with this site included parking challenges that may arise especially off of Novak Drive, and the existing trees throughout this area. But as Matt will cover in a second here, we're able to work around a lot of those trees, we think. So when we presented this recommendation to the Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission and City Council back in March and April of this year, we heard, again, unanimous support for the idea of a new skate park in this area of Lucchese Park. We heard strong direction to work to preserve and incorporate the existing trees into the overall site design where possible. And council gave us support for a two-phase build with the first phase of 10 to 13,000 square feet. And if you may remember, we were originally proposing a first phase of about 3,000 square feet based on available funding. And you really challenged us to push that further and come up with a first phase that would stand on its own as a nice, well-rounded skate park, so that the skating community could enjoy something while we wait for phase 2 to be fully funded and constructed. So with that, we will now pivot to the concept plan, and I'm pleased to hand this over to Matt Fluge, who is the CEO of Grindline. And just to reiterate everything Drew shared about Grindline, it's been really clear throughout this whole project that they are held in very high esteem by the skating community. They are the experts in this realm, and they've been great to work with on this concept plan. Take it away, Matt.
Thank you, Bjorn. Yeah, so before I get into the concept, just want to talk a little bit about our design philosophy at Grindline and kind of help explain how we arrive to a conceptual design. It's kind of a three-pronged approach, and the first being organic flow. And that is basically the spatial relationships that need to happen between features, which features are included. You know, we came down to Petaluma, did a heavy public input process, and received a laundry list of requests for features to be included in the park. And you know, how we prioritize what we put in the park and how we lay those out, that's what we're talking about when we talk about organic flow. The second is ladder of progression. So when we design a skate park, we don't believe in segregating areas for particular skill levels or wheeled uses. We like to design a park that is accessible to all skill levels, is basically provides areas for users to hone their skills and enjoy those features for years and decades to come. And then the final is local identity and context. And as far as local identity, there's several levels depending on, you know, the community input we receive. Sometimes it's very literal. There's like a theme or something like that. And other times, and which is the case here in Petaluma, is that basically the emphasis is put heavy onto the actual uniqueness of the skate park design and the features within that park. You know, if you picture this park when it's completed and the users using it and putting it on Instagram or Facebook or whatever, and being like, people recognizing like, oh, that's Petaluma, I have to go there, I have to get there. And then context, which is basically our philosophy on that is just to basically create a space that either looks like it always was there or was always meant to be there. And so that's kind of working around the surrounding uses, the existing trees, things like that, making sure that we minimize any sort of perimeter walls and use earth berming and stuff like that to make the space look like it was meant to be there. So yeah, as we get into the concept here, just overall, the concept here features a variety of skatable terrain in both phases, including several street style features. And when we talk about street style features, we're talking about this type of terrain that emulates what you might see in an urban environment, like a downtown plaza, things like that, as well as numerous transitional features, which include bowls, so sort of swimming pool-like structures, ramps, embankments, things like that, and all strategically placed throughout the facility, creating a cohesive, functional design. The features included in this design will provide ample terrain for local youth to train for competitive level of all wheeled uses, including things like, the X Games, Olympics, etc. Go ahead and go to the next slide, Bjorn. Here you can kind of see an overview. What you see sort of in the upper left corner is sort of the more street course features. Again, the more emulating urban environment stuff, handrails, stairs, ledges, which kind of represent like seat walls, and a large flow bowl, which is kind of similar to what you'll see, or I guess is what you'll see in the sort of park component of competitive skateboarding these days. Over here is kind of focusing on more of the phase 2. Again, a mix of both types of terrain. Kind of a unique feature there in the center, the sort of darker piece you see is what we were calling the concrete kite. So this looks like a kite from above, brick stamped surface with what we call a slappy curb, which is kind of the equivalent of like a red painted fire curb that you would see, around town. And the bowl here on the left-hand side is sort of swimming pool type of feature. And this one was actually really heavily weighed in by the community. We kind of gave a menu of different bowl shapes, and this was the one that was highly recommended. Another view of the bowl there. And again, back to the flow bowl, part of phase 1 here. Has a little bit of everything, just all different depths for, beginners, intermediate, advanced users. Go ahead and move to the next one, Bjorn. Again, just an overview and showing the different phases here. And I'm not going to run through all of these features with council, but this kind of just goes to show that we have definitely fit a lot of skate terrain into this footprint with a lot of fun and unique features. This is just showing kind of the elevations, general elevations in relationship to the existing grade there. So where you see 0 is at existing grade, and then jumping up a couple feet here and there throughout the street course areas and the bowl decks, and then going down below grade within those 2 bowl areas. And just some different shots of these are more kind of the street features, more handrails, stairs, ledges, etc.
All right, thank you, Matt. And Matt will be on hand to answer questions. If you're wondering about what was it, the coping styles. So our recommendation tonight is to approve the concept plan for the skate park and authorize the city manager to amend our agreement with Grindline to advance this project to detailed design and really bring it to shovel-ready status. And our timeline here, just highlighting the goal of finalizing detailed design and putting this out to bid for construction of phase 1 in spring of 2024 and hoping to break ground on phase 1 in summer or fall of 2024. And I'll also highlight that looking at that concept plan, you'll see that it is a concept plan, right? So it's really focused on establishing the footprint within the skate park or within the park, and less on the accessibility to the actual skate park or other features and amenities, and that will all be folded into the detailed design. So we'll take a much closer look at landscaping, lighting, paths of travel to and from the park, seating, shade, et cetera, is part of this next phase of design.
Bjorn, can I ask a question? Can't we bid out and do a bid alternate for phase 2 so we get everything bid? Because I'm assuming we're going to find the 275 before that goes to construction. That's my gut.
Yes, absolutely. All right, I think with that,
You're open to council? Oh, good,
council
okay.
questions,
Let's
yes.
bring it up to council and see who's got questions or comments. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I'll start. First, thanks for being patient to the skating community tonight, but also for several years. This is long overdue. I just reflect that this is kind of a silver lining of COVID for me, because this kind of, when I got on the council, there was some problems at the existing skate park. There were some issues with younger riders and older riders bumping into each other, and I came to learn about it. And then we had our goals and priorities meeting, and I was just pulling it up, and on April 26, 2021, we had 214 goals. And then that was our first goals and priorities workshop. And then on June 28th, 2021, we had 225, and one of them was the skate park. And so it's really exciting to see what committed staff, a really competent designer, and a lot of public support can get you in 2 years. So really excited to see this come forward, and I'm really appreciative of the city staff and all the community members for moving this forward, and I'm confident we'll move it forward tonight. So thank you.
Good point. It does prove that being engaged in city government is how you achieve. So it's glad to see it. And as a matter of fact, at the first meeting, I was saying there was 100 people there, but the second meeting, 50 people there. The third meeting, there were only like 15, maybe 20 people there. And Drew and I looked at each other and said, did somebody lose interest? And in fact, what we realized is that the public had gotten a trust for what staff was pulling together and didn't need to be there. They knew their input was solid and they were being listened to. And so I wanted to commend staff on that effort. The questions I have are, what are the hours of the restroom? I mean, we were talking about nighttime use here. We're not open at night. I mean, how do restroom doors open and close or lock and unlock?
Yeah, appreciate the question. The current hours are dawn to dusk on restrooms, but we have a contractor that moves around. And so after dusk, you've got a number of about a dozen restrooms that we make our rounds to. So those that have the more active uses, like the community sports fields, Prince, Lucchese, tend to get locked later in the evenings.
Thank you very much. That clears that. And I was wondering, are there any sit spaces available within the design? That is to say, benches that aren't features. Is there somewhere where a parent goes? Is there somewhere,
Matt, do you want to weigh in on this one?
Yeah, definitely. As Bjorn mentioned, I think through conceptual design, the emphasis was really heavy on the skatable terrain within the park. And as we get into final design, we are going to include connection points and viewing areas, as well as amenities, places to sit, some shade relief and things like that.
Very cool. Thank you.
If I can just add on, I realize we also, Matt, did not touch on the berms at all. And that was one of the things you were excited about with the site and the potential for those to serve as additional seating areas.
Yes, no, that's a good point, Bjorn. Thank you. Yeah, the berm, the natural berm or whether it's natural or was created by whoever, whenever, but the berm that exists between the soccer field and the proposed area for the skate park, as well as the mature trees that exist on that berm, provides some nice natural relief for viewers and, spectators and even users that just need a little relief for a minute and can go sit down on some cool grass in the shade and relax and cool off for a minute.
And I'm hoping that all your earthwork stays on site. You create new berms with the excavations rather than off haul. That you don't want to get in a CEQA analysis of what off haul does for you. And I'm wondering, what is the construction duration? I mean, we said when we were going to start, but when we're going to finish.
As far as phase one being about 13,000 square feet, I would say about 4 to 5 months for duration of construction. And close to that for phase two as well.
So you're really hoping to be bid before midsummer so you don't get stuck in winter. Well, that's a deadline a milestone we'll have to be mindful of. Thank you. Those were my questions. And the Vice Mayor.
No, I mean, just quickly, I just want to comment on the parking. I'm assuming that most of the time kids are going to be skating there, and so parking might not be the issue. But say if you have tournaments or something, do we work with the Loma Vista or the Old Adobe School District? Because there's a whole parking area right across the street that's vacant all the time on the weekends. It would be great just to have that conversation so there can be a sign that says you can use this parking on the weekends or in the evenings. And then as far as the trees that are removed, how are we replacing them on, I hope, more than just 1-to-1?
Per the current concept, I don't believe we will be removing any trees. Okay. We will have to, see how things go through final design as we kind of grade things out and make sure that we have a nice mowable strip around the perimeter of the skate park. But for now, there is no plan to remove any current trees.
That's what I kind of read. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I just want to commend the recent project with Relief to plant the additional 100-something odd trees that I know several council members have a personal stake in out there. That includes the new trees as well. So although we're not committing to a future arborist report where there may be a tree that we want to, right now the design really factors those trees in as well.
Could I see the budget slide again? I just happen to know, looking through the budget book, that the beginning of year budget for this is not where we're headed for right now. And it went by me pretty fast there, and I didn't see it in the staff report. I was looking in the staff report. And I know the maxim is council should never ask a question that they don't already know the answer to, but I was looking in the staff report for things, but this year it says we have a 1.5 expenditure and only a 600 funding. And that bothered me that in the budget page it says that. And then I don't know that we're going to hit that 1.5 this year. It looks like all of the funding from prior years gets carried into this project. Is there unexpended prior years? Is that where your funding comes from? And I can have that.
We would have to pull up the budget book in particular, but we anticipated construction after July 1. That was part of the calculus in moving through, but we'd have to pull up the exact budget book to let through it. So if you want to give us a couple minutes, we can do that.
I can take that offline later. I can.
Okay.
I like the city manager's idea of finding the rest of the money. So probably all the numbers are going to change anyways. But seeing no other council questions, I'd like to open public comment on this item. I have no cards with me. I have a card coming. And I'd like to ask the city clerk if we had emails on this.
We did not receive any public comment to this item.
And I think we'll pass on the moderator inviting everyone in. If anyone who wants to speak, get a card, come up. Okay. Denise Trafanglia? Oh, yeah.
Wow, we made it. This is like true skateboard style. We're in it to win it. So good evening. I just want to thank Drew and Bjorn and Matt and Jessica and the rest of the Lucchese Skateboard Project team for their thorough and thoughtful work on the overdue commitment to our youth and community members. They're incredible. The way that they engaged the community and the youth and Matt as well about the design and how we're going to move forward with this was incredible. So council, thank you for considering approving the resolution to approve the concept plan, and I encourage you to also authorize Grindline to proceed with this next design. I just want to share that I'm a resident 30 years here. I'm an educator of almost that long. I work with at-risk youth for that long, and this is long overdue for a lot of our kiddos. So I'm also a part of the community-based Petaluma Skateboard Coalition, who's been showing up to community workshops, Parks and Rec meetings, council meetings, and I want to point out that most of the youth, I think there's one, still here, that were here or that are actively involved in the skate community, who need this exclusive space, were here, and they have been here, and they will continue to be here. And I want to share that a lot of our Phoenix kids were here. Mina Stas, who just got third from the World Championship in Brazil, was here and had to bow out. So I wanted to know it's not just the old timers still here. So please note that our coalition is in this for the long haul. And although we have only 86 followers on our social media, that's like dog years. We represent a chunk of the community, and we have a robust and engaged community. And as this builds out and as it grows, please know that you have our commitment from this coalition, whether that's helping to host community events, whether that's helping to find parking, whether that is involved with educating how we conduct ourselves at our skate park, as well as we know that there's going to be some fundraising issues, and as well as public advocacy. We're here for the long haul. And so thank you for your time and your commitment and your energy, and thank you for the team for their dedication to this. It is, like I said, I've been here 30 years. I know we have a little park over there, but this community needs it. It's going to bring in dollars. It's going to bring in public resources. It's good.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you. And not seeing any other public comment, a closed public comment for the evening. And I will note that if you could share back with the group, especially the youth, that their presence was noted and the message of them being here was noted. Thank you. And from the council, Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I'm excited to move this item.
And I'll second it. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. We have a motion from Barnacle and a second from Now. And lacking other comment, please have the roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes?
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say that Tom Scott was also in my class, and he's out there today, along with Mark Abanyas, who was in our class also. So Good to have you here, Scott. I mean, Tom. Scott.
Anybody bring a yearbook? Okay. So moving on to our next item.
Mayor,
Yes.
just a reminder that we want to take a vote because it's after 10:30.
Yes, I'll make a motion to
Thank you.
start a new item after 10:30.
Second that.
Thank you. We have a motion from Healy and a second from Cater Thompson, and we'd like a roll call vote. And we want to thank
Barnacle?
staff for their
Aye.
presentation.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you. Moving on to our next item. Last item. Resolution declaring a vacancy of the Planning Commission and appointing a qualified person to fill such vacancy for the unexpired term pursuant to Petaluma Municipal Code, Section 2.08.040. And to help us through this process tonight, I'd like Brian O., our Director of Community Development, to take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of our city council, city manager, members of our community. Appreciate those that have stuck around. So tonight we have an item. We had the unfortunate passing of one of our planning commissioners, Commissioner Kelly, back in August, and so as per our municipal code, City Council has the opportunity to declare a vacancy, and so currently we have 6 members of our Planning Commission, and so Council does have the opportunity today to consider adding to that and to making the commission whole. And so typically what we do is at the end of, or at the close to the end of each fiscal year, our clerk leads us through a multi-council committee and board recruitment. And typically, and so we do have this opportunity here, sort of off cycle, if you will, given the number of business items that is before Planning Commission, given where we're at in context with the general plan update and the progress that we are making, staff does find that it's important for us, for the City Council, to consider fully staffing up and considering an appointment to the vacancy. And so we opened a recruitment at the behest of this council. We did some engagement with the community. And before you in the application, there are 6 members of our community that have stepped forward for your consideration. And so both the clerk and myself are ready to walk through a process. Typically, we would do a straw poll of the council on a ranked choice. And so you could consider a top choice, a backup choice. And so we're happy here to walk you through sort of a manual counting, and then any additional questions that the council may have about the process. I'm also here, as well as our city attorney. And so with that, Mayor, I turn it back to you.
Councilmember Healy.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like we're following our normal process for appointments here, which was to pass out slips of paper and ask for votes. Is that not what we're doing tonight? I don't recall any direction to do anything other than that's what we've been doing for years.
So that is one option. We do have paper copies, and typically we would do that just with the sheer volume. The fact that we have 1 vacancy and 6 candidates, staff feels like we could walk the council through a verbal. Otherwise, we do have sheets of paper prepared to
What we
hand out.
normally do is to do at least a first round and to possibly narrow the field And so I would be in favor of following our normal process, at least for a first round of voting.
If we have the capacity to do that, do we have an issue with doing that?
We don't have an issue. I believe our clerk has the copies to hand out.
Yeah, there's no impediment to doing what we've done before, so if that's the council's preference, that's what we
Let's,
can do.
I'm not seeing objection, and so I'll assume that that will be what we do tonight. And prior to us starting to process, we specifically asked for what we're looking for, or I'll defer back to Mr. Healy, Councilmember Healy. Are we looking for a 1, 2, 3, or are we looking for just a number 1 and for one placement?
Normally, what we would do if there's one vacancy, we'd just cast one vote on this round.
That's it. That seems to be acceptable practice. And
Yeah.
So we're looking for one vote and pass it back.
And please put your names on that, please.
And or you could put it in the right column. And
Which way are we going?
we're going your way. We're going down to the.
One vote for, do we need another?
And do we just want to read these out, or what are we going to do with this?
And we have a consensus from our straw poll vote. We have 5 votes for Jessica Moses and 1 for Lydia Aslin.
Okay. Need we divulge or do this more formal? Was that our straw poll or was that our final poll? I think we're calling that our final poll. Yeah, so that's our answer. And we need not make it any further public than that. Good, so then that's our poll. I think we need a motion to accept that or to add that to the resolution, motion on the resolution?
Yeah, they need the council to reflect its choice by adopting the reso, and
Okay.
we can call it a
So
night.
I'm looking for a
Thank you.
motion to adopt.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion by Now and a second by Posake. And I think I'd like a confirming roll call vote.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to open up for public comment?
And that's a very good point. We didn't do that,
No.
did we? Okay, so I declare it open for the public comment period open. I would like to invite anyone that wishes to bring a speaker card to the front of the room. And seeing none, close public comment. And now turn it back over to the clerk for a roll call vote. And thanks for
Barnacle?
keeping me honest.
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Before adjourning for the evening, I'd like to note that we are closing in memory of the victims of the violence and atrocities in Israel and Gaza, as well as our Petalumans of yesteryear, Susan Coolidge and Michael Close. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.